The banner shows 9 p.m. for the meeting.
Oh,
Just notice that now.
okay. I'll fix it.
Alrighty.
Chair McCaslin, your stream is good, so it's
Okay, good.
it's all yours. You can start whenever you want to. So
All
we're
right.
recording and we're live to the public.
Okay. My clock doesn't say 9 o'clock yet. We got a minute.
And then I'll give one other reminder to everybody. If your camera's on, you'll be visible on the stream. If your camera's off, then you disappear from that. So anybody who wants to hide, you know, you can stay in the thing, but turn your camera off and the public doesn't see you anymore.
Do we have that option?
No, I was just going to say, board members, you need to keep your cameras on.
Yeah. Sorry, that's more for staff sitting along. Yes. Public officials, please remain public.
All
Thank you,
right.
Ryan.
Good morning, Roland.
Good morning.
All right, 9 o'clock. I call the meeting to order and we need to adopt the agenda. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion, we adopt the agenda.
Second.
Okay. And the second was from whom?
Me.
All right. Moved and seconded. All those in favor of adopting the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? We will now, we need a motion to move into executive session.
Make a motion, we move into executive session.
And sorry, we need, I'm going to read the language. We can combine it. And then Chris, if you want to adopt it, we're moving into executive session pursuant to ARS section 38-43103A7 for discussion and consultation with the college representatives regarding potential purchase of real property in Yavapai County near Prescott Valley and regarding a potential lease of real property in Yavapai County near the Verde Valley.
So
I make
moved,
a
Chris.
motion, we go into executive session for those two items.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, thank you. We are now moving to executive session. You need to leave this link and then open up the executive session link.
Yep, bye.
Bye-bye.
If we can find it.
I'll hop over there and make sure everybody gets in.
Thank you, Ryan.
Or yeah.
Hi, Dr. Hughes.
Good morning, Yvonne. Good morning, everyone.
Morning. For the benefit of Dr. Hughes, we are streaming live to YouTube presently.
Good morning.
Morning.
They're all in over there.
Thank you,
We're
sir.
good. Does anybody hanging out here remember anything you say is going to go out on YouTube in the meantime? So, the stream is up and live.
Mhm.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you. I'm gonna hop out for a little bit and then I'll be back in maybe half hour, 40 minutes. See, and if they come back early, Zach will ping me.
Okay.
Will do.
Does anybody hanging out here remember anything you say
Hey, Yvonne, it looks like you're streaming your browser at the moment.
Is that better or no?
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, I see what happened. Okay, I can see it now.
Hey, Yvonne, it looks like you're streaming your browser at the moment.
Is that better or no?
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, I see what happened. Okay, I can see it now. Good morning, Mr. D'Angelo. Just wanted to let you know that there are still in an executive session. Good morning, sir. I just wanted to let you know they're still in executive session.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Hammond. I just want to let you know, sir, that they're still in executive session. Good morning, Mr. Burns. Just want to let you know that they're still in executive session, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, are we all here?
I don't see Chris. I'm sorry, I do see
Chris is
Chris.
here. 1, 2, 3,
Steve, Ray,
and me.
Chris,
Thank
Deb,
you,
Lynn.
4. Okay,
Madam Chair,
yes, sir.
we have spent the last hour and a half or two discussing options for trying to address the affordable housing situation with our employees potentially and currently, and also our student body. We've developed some options that we've given direction to the staff to implement, and I would move that the directions be given as we have identified them, and to carry forward and bring back the results.
All right, do we have a second to the motion?
Second.
All right, any discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item on the agenda is the environmental scan. No, I'm sorry, overview of the Arizona economy with Dr. George Hammond.
Yes, hi, everyone. I just want to briefly introduce Dr. Hammond. As you might recall, Dr. Hammond joined us last year and presented a really interesting update on the Arizona economy, and he will be doing a similar update today. With that, take it away, Dr. Hammond.
Okay. Well, thanks so much, Clint, and thank you for the invitation to talk to you today about the Arizona economy and its local economies. So I have a PowerPoint presentation. So let me share my screen. And you should now be seeing my the first slide, Arizona's economy remains resilient. So let me jump in. So the key topics this morning, inflation remains top of mind for all of us. I do have some good news for you on the inflation front, which is that inflation in Phoenix and nationally has begun to come down from the kind of the peaks that we saw last year. But there is a caution there, which is that Phoenix inflation, I think inflation across Arizona, is still running much faster than what we're seeing nationally. And I will take you through what I think is driving that differential between what we're seeing here in Arizona and what we're seeing nationally. Now, housing affordability has also been top of mind over the past year, and based on the data that we track here in my center, which comes from the National Association of Home Builders and Wells Fargo, housing affordability dropped again pretty significantly in the fourth quarter, and it's running at some of the lowest levels that we've seen for this particular data set. So I'll take you through that data for Arizona and its metropolitan areas. As we all know, Arizona's labor market is really tight. So we have a very low unemployment rate. Our unemployment rate was at historic lows around the middle of last year. We're seeing very high levels of labor market churn, so a lot of job switching going on out there among employees and employers. We're seeing fairly strong wage growth, but that wage growth isn't keeping up with local inflation. And there remain just a mountain of open jobs, both here in Arizona and nationally. Now, the baseline forecast for Arizona calls for continued growth, but for slowing growth as we go forward over the next couple of years. The assumptions underlying that slower growth are a mild U.S. recession in the early part of 2023. Now, I want to caution you that a U.S. recession, while the odds do favor that at this point, that a U.S. recession is not guaranteed, particularly early in 2023. The projections that I'm following, I think, are gonna start to push a possible downturn towards later in 2023 and possibly even into 2024. And the analysis that I'm seeing suggests that the stronger the U.S. economy remains, the more the Federal Reserve will have to do to restrain that growth to control inflation, and the more severe a recession will likely be, particularly if it gets pushed back. So just a couple things to think about, but I'll show you where I think Arizona is headed over the next couple of years. So let's take a look at each of those topics in a little bit more detail. So this first graph shows you what's going on with Phoenix inflation compared to the US. Overall, the latest data that we have for Phoenix, all items, inflation is for December 2022. You can see that Phoenix inflation topped out at around 13% around the middle of last year. It's now down to 9.5% inflation over the year. That's still quite a bit faster than the nation at 6.5%. In January, US inflation was 6.4%, so it came down a little bit more. So you can see the problem here. Inflation, although it's come down a bit, both in Arizona and nationally, still running, at roughly 40-year highs for the US, and probably something similar for Phoenix, although we don't have data that goes back that far. So inflation is still running really fast in Arizona, much faster than what we're seeing nationally. And it's not commodities that are driving that. So commodities here, think of gasoline, home furnishings, automobiles, tangible things that we buy as part of our daily lives. Food would be included in there. And overall commodities inflation in Phoenix tends to run at about the same pace as it does nationally. And that commodities inflation has come down pretty significantly, both for the US and in Phoenix. So, that's not the reason why inflation is running so much faster in Phoenix compared to the US. So what's going on in Phoenix is really happening in the services sector. And one of the quirks of the consumer price index is that the housing market, so rents, owners equivalent rents, things related to the housing market or shelter are actually considered a service. And so it's the service CPIU that's been running so much faster in Phoenix compared to the US. And in particular, it's what's going on in the shelter consumer price index. So this gives you a feel for that. Over the year inflation in the shelter consumer price index. So this would include rents and also owner occupied equivalent rents. So the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the nation's statisticians, they want to put homeowners and renters on an equal basis. So when they measure rents, they want something comparable for homeowners. And that's an estimated measure of what it would cost a homeowner to rent their home essentially to themselves. So those are both included in the shelter CPIU. And you can see that, the shelter consumer price index in Phoenix just explodes as we go to the middle of 2021. It peaks last summer at, with an increase of 19%. That increase was down to 17% over the year in December of 2022. So that has begun to come down, and that's what's drawing the all items inflation in Phoenix down. The US, that shelter index shows no sign of slowing yet. It rose 7.5% in December. It was up 7.8% in January. So, the reason that inflation is running so much hotter in Phoenix And I think across much of Arizona, compared to the US, is because of what's going on in the housing market, particularly rents and house prices. So let's take a look at house prices. We track that in a kind of in a variety of ways in my center. One is through median sales prices. These come from the multiple listing services in Phoenix and Tucson. We also track the Case-Shiller index. So the Case-Shiller index is a very different way of thinking about home prices. So instead of tracking the median sale price each month, the Case-Shiller index tracks the change in price for the same single-family homes sold over time. So this is generally considered a more reliable indicator of house price trends, but it's also available with a longer lag. So the latest data we have here, for instance, is through November, whereas the median sale price data is through January. But either way, you see the trends are really very similar. The home prices just start rising really rapidly as we get into late 2020, early 2021, both in Phoenix and Tucson, probably across the state. That's being driven by this kind of perfect storm of a big increase in demand for housing. We saw a big increase in household formation. That was driven partly by migration into the state, partly by people wanting to live, change their living arrangements. So think of two roommates living together. That's okay when they're both at work through most of the day, but now during the pandemic, they're both stuck in the apartment together, and we started to see those two-person households split up. And that increased household formation and demand for housing. At the same time, we had many fewer people putting their homes on the market, and big increases in materials costs for home builders, labor shortages in the construction sector. So it was this combination of increased demand and a modest supply response at higher cost, and that's a real recipe for skyrocketing home prices. So you can see that home prices have begun to come down. Phoenix home sales price is down almost 14% from its peak in May. We've seen a smaller decline so far in Tucson, but they are down from their peak of last summer. So home prices are coming down, and that's what's pulling down estimated inflation in Phoenix. And to the extent that we're seeing it across the local markets here, it's happening there as well. So measuring home prices, there are a couple ways to do that. The median home price, as I mentioned, is one way to do it. We like that monthly data. It's nice to track that and feel like we're most on top of the trends, but that data can also be distorted by shifts in the composition of homes that are sold. If more high-end homes are sold in a given month than the prior month, that will tend to pull up the median in a way that's not really reflective of what's going on in the underlying market. So we have this other measure, and the Case-Shiller index is one example of this. The Federal Housing Finance Agency, they publish this data for all metropolitan areas in the U.S., and it's measured in a fairly similar way, repeat sales on the same homes over time. They do restrict their sample to mortgages that have been purchased or securitized by Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac. So there has to be borrowing involved here. The loans also have to conform. So there's a limit on the kind of the top end of the homes that are considered. And that top end is about 650,000. So this doesn't give us the whole market, but it does give us a good read on one particular slice of the market. And this shows you the percentage change in prices during the past 3 years. This latest data is for the third quarter. And you can see that every metropolitan area in Arizona has seen faster home price appreciation than the US average. Phoenix is at the top, Prescott near the bottom with a 56.6% increase by this particular measure. And this all transactions index reflects both the outright purchases and home refinancings. So housing affordability trends, obviously when house prices are rising really rapidly, much faster than income, that will create issues for housing affordability. Now, there's a lot of ways of measuring and thinking about housing affordability. There are rules of thumb. The one kind of common rule of thumb is that most households in normal times will spend about triple their income, or will buy a home that's in value is about triple their income. Other ways to do it are, an example is from the National Association of Home Builders, Wells Fargo. This just happens to be what we track in my center. So it measures the share of homes sold in an area that are affordable to a family making the local median income based on standard mortgage underwriting criteria. And here's the criteria that the NHB Wells Fargo Index uses. So they rely on median family income. It's actually a HUD version of that, slightly different from what you would download from the Census Bureau. They assume that a family can spend up to 28% of their income on housing before a home becomes unaffordable. Their home sales data comes from CoreLogic, not the realtors. They assume a 30-year fixed mortgage with 10% down, and it includes estimated property taxes, property insurance, but not mortgage insurance. So that's a little bit strange that they look at 10% down, but no PMI, but that's what they've decided to do. So the one thing to keep in mind, particularly as you think about the local real estate market, is that this housing affordability is relative to the local median income. And that makes sense if you think about somebody who is living and working in an area and also looking to buy a home. That's the right metric. But in Arizona, you want to keep in mind that we draw in significant numbers of migrants from, across the nation, across the West, and particularly California, and especially Southern California. So if an individual is selling a home in Southern California, they're likely going to have significant capital to purchase a home in Arizona, and their spending power is way above what you might expect based on a local median income. So just a quirk to keep in mind as you think about what this data means. So here's what we're seeing, and what we're seeing is extremely low housing affordability through the fourth quarter. Now, this has been driven, these declines have been driven both by the past increases in home prices that haven't completely unwound yet, and also by the rough doubling in mortgage interest rates in 2022. So that's kind of a double whammy on housing affordability. And you can see that Phoenix housing affordability is now the lowest that we see for this time series, this data set. One thing to keep in mind is that the methodology for this data set changed in 2012. So we can't say for sure that this is the lowest on record going back to 1990, but if it's not, it's likely pretty close. We're seeing the same kind of trends for Phoenix, Tucson, and the US, just amplified, particularly in the Phoenix area. So if you take a look at the table on the right, last quarter of 2019, housing affordability was 64.9%. So 64.9% of the homes sold were affordable. In Phoenix, that's down to 18%, so a huge drop. A similar kind of drop, but not quite as large for Tucson. It's down to 35% of homes sold affordable nationally. Another big drop. So we're seeing this across the US, just not quite to the same extent we're seeing in Phoenix. So housing affordability is very low compared to its own past history. We also, through our map dashboard project, track housing affordability for some major Western metropolitan areas. And here you can see that, even at 35%, Tucson is still relatively affordable compared to other Western metropolitan areas. Phoenix has really lost competitiveness compared to other Western metropolitan areas. So, housing is now less affordable in Phoenix than Salt Lake City, Austin, even Denver and San Antonio. Now, where Phoenix and really Arizona as a whole is still competitive in terms of housing affordability as compared to the California markets. So look at San Diego, at 4.9% in the fourth quarter. That's so low we can't even fit it on the fuel gauge. We have to put it in a box in the upper left-hand corner. And in the table on the right, you can see LA, housing affordability is down to 2.2%, San Francisco at 4.9, San Jose 7.3, Seattle at 18%. So, Arizona has lost a lot of competitiveness in terms of housing affordability during the pandemic, but we're still a lot more affordable than particularly Southern California, where we draw a significant number of migrants from. So they also published data for Arizona's metropolitan areas. And here you can see that, for Prescott, housing affordability in the fourth quarter was 18.6%. So right around what we're seeing in Phoenix. And you can also see the drop in housing affordability just over the past 3 years. And, it's not just a couple areas of the country or a couple areas in Arizona that are seeing this. Even, Sierra Vista has seen their housing affordability drop by half over the past 3 years. So this is something that pretty much all markets in the U.S. are experiencing, at least to some degree.
You say in California, the affordability is very low, but they're still selling homes like crazy. So is it that less people can afford it, but the people that can afford it are still buying?
Yeah, it depends on exactly what's going on. So the story that I would tell about that is that in California, it's likely an individual is moving around within California, probably not somebody moving to California and trying to purchase a home coming from another state. So think of an individual, selling a home in one part of LA and buying a home in another part, right? They're generating a significant amount of capital from a home sale, and then they're putting that into another home somewhere else in California. But that's something that we will take a look at. Thanks for bringing that up. That's what would make sense to me. I mean, I wouldn't think you would see people from, say, a state like Arizona moving to California and, being able to easily afford a house. California, their population is very slow or negative throughout most of the states, not a place many people are targeting for migration, in large part because the housing is so unaffordable. Any other questions or comments so far? Okay, thank you. And please feel free to jump in anytime.
I was just going to make a comment. There's articles showing that there's hundreds of thousands of people moving out of California to Florida and Texas. So they may be selling their homes, but that may be a short, once they've moved out, they're not buying more homes there.
That's entirely possible as well. So, and that really matters. What happens in California really matters for Arizona. We attract migrants from all states in the nation, but by far the biggest contributing state to Arizona in terms of migrants is California. And particularly Southern California. So, what happens in home prices and, overall competitiveness in Arizona relative to really Southern California is what matters. And we still have much more affordable housing than what you're seeing throughout most of Southern California. Okay, thank you. So let's talk about the labor market a bit. And first of all, what's happening with jobs. So, I kind of like this graph because it kind of reminds us of how much progress we've made in terms of restoring the jobs lost during those early months of 2020. About the kind of towards October, November of 2021, Arizona replaced all of the jobs lost during the early months of the pandemic. Phoenix replaced those jobs a little bit earlier, around the summer of 2021. Prescott, according to the preliminary data we have at this point, replaced the jobs lost early on, about the same time that the state did, so later on in 2021. Since, but that's just, that's kind of a low bar. That was the first hurdle that we needed to get over. The next hurdle was to to kind of get back on trend growth. And, initially, there are a lot of ways to think about trend growth for a state or a local area. One way to think about it is shown here by the red line. That's if we continue to generate growth at our average growth rate during the 5 years before the pandemic. That's about 6,000 to 7,000 jobs per month. But that's probably a pretty high bar. Even before the pandemic began, my forecasts were calling for overall state job growth to slow, in part because the risks of a U.S. recession were already rising as we entered 2020. So my forecasts were already calling for a little bit of slowing through 2020 and 2021. And as we look forward in Arizona and nationally and really globally, there were demographic forces that, the aging of the baby boom generation that we knew were going to put downward pressure on job growth. So, I think, if we look at that high bar, the continuing our average growth, Arizona at the end of last year was about 130,000 jobs below that prior trend. But, if we think that's too high a bar, that's really not realistic to see us getting back to that. Another way of thinking about it is, what's a reasonable forecast? If we compare where we are at the end of 2022 to, where the forecast called for us to be, we're only about 35,000 jobs below that. That's about 1% below where the forecast called for us to be. That's something that we can easily get back on that trend. It's going to take a little bit faster labor force growth and population growth, but that's still possible. What I don't think we're going to see without a big shift either in immigration or labor force growth or something big happening in the labor market that draws a lot of people back is we're going to really struggle to get back on that average growth rate during the 5 years before the pandemic began. So in terms of job growth, one metric that I still like is comparing employment to where it is as of our most recent reading, which is December 2022, to where it was just before the pandemic began. And you can see that, trade, transportation, and utilities, that's about 53,000 jobs above where it was before the pandemic began. Most of that's in retail trade and much of it's in transportation and warehousing. So all those warehouse jobs that were already coming in Arizona, that was already a fast growing sector, but it really got supercharged by the pandemic. So the Amazon warehouses and others that have come online have really contributed there. Even retail has done quite well during the pandemic. Some of that is because for some firms, as they brought on online shopping, they did that essentially in-house. And when they do that in-house, the online shopping jobs, so all the programmers, all those kind of technical people will actually show up as a retail worker, even though they're not working in a brick and mortar location. So that's held up really pretty well. That sector has done by far the best of any of the major sectors statewide. Education and health services, even though that took a pretty big hit early on in the pandemic, that's come back strong. What's really striking is the growth in manufacturing in Arizona. So that's a sector that took a little bit of a hit early on and then just came roaring back. We have seen something like that for the nation, but the growth in Arizona has been much faster than what we're seeing nationally. There's a couple of reasons likely driving that. First of all is during the pandemic, we were all essentially forced to shift our spending away from travel and tourism or spending on services towards spending on goods, tangible things, many of which were manufactured, including manufactured here in the US. So there was a kind of a boost to manufacturing jobs that was driven by the pandemic. We have also seen the continuation and I think an acceleration of the trend towards nearshoring, of shortening of global supply chains toward the US. That was already happening before the pandemic began. That has accelerated it. What you are not seeing just yet are the kind of the semiconductor chip jobs. Those are going to come over the next couple of years. So, certainly the odds of continued strong manufacturing job growth are really set for at least the next couple of years. And we've seen this as well in the preliminary data for Yavapai County. The one sector on the graph that really hasn't gotten back to where it was before the pandemic began is government jobs. Those are primarily state and local government jobs, especially local education. That's a sector that's still struggling to hire, and those jobs just haven't come back yet. So job recovery by area, there's really only two areas that haven't recovered all the jobs lost during the pandemic. That's Tucson, which is now close, and Sierra Vista Douglas. As I mentioned, Prescott's well above where it was before the pandemic began and recovered at about the same time the state of Arizona recovered.
We're just talking about how government jobs have decreased, and a lot of that is from education. Are private and charter schools figured into that number, or do they sit out into a separate place?
So the education jobs in the government sector, those are public education jobs,
Okay.
State and local. So my job, when it gets picked up by the system, is actually puts me in state government. Private school would be in education and health services. And those jobs, I believe that though at the education sector, the private sector jobs are back to where they were before the pandemic began.
Is that more of a shift than a decline?
That could be. I haven't looked at that specific question. It could be. I would have to look at the data. And if you want to have Clint shoot me an email, or if you would like to contact me, I'll take a look at that data and let you know what I think. I'll show you the actual numbers in a graph form, and I'm happy to share that. Okay. Any other questions at this point?
Yeah. With the minimum wage going up, a couple months ago, what I see possibly is that there's still people employed, but they may not have work as many hours, or there may be fewer employees because so many of these small businesses just can't bring on that higher wage, support it.
Yes. So the question of the minimum wage, that's a question that we can't really answer by looking at the trends in the data. What we do see is that most of the sectors, including the low wage sectors, are adding jobs back in aggregate. But one of the things that we do know about changes in the minimum wage is that it has distributional effects across small firms versus the larger firms that can draw on additional efficiencies driven by scale that can allow them to absorb those kind of cost increases better than small businesses can. The other thing I would mention is that in many parts of the state, the wage scale has outstripped certainly the statewide minimum wage. Just employers trying to deal with finding the employees that they need to force them to raise wages above above the minimum in many cases. We're certainly seeing that here in Tucson, which is in the process of moving the minimum wage up to $15. It's not there yet, but the McDonald's the McDonald's on the corner near where I live is advertising jobs at $15 an hour.
Yeah, here in Prescott, you can't get anyone less than $15 an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's something that we're hearing a lot around the state.
Yeah, I think the city of Flagstaff set even a higher minimum wage for their city.
It's a possibility, and the issues with the minimum wage bite more and more. As the minimum wage rises above the market wages, that's where the problems come. So once the market wages get equal to or above the minimum, then some of the distributional issues are less top of mind. But it's something to watch going forward, certainly. Any other questions? Okay, it's the slides. So the unemployment rate, Arizona's unemployment rate hit a historic low, going back at least to 1976. Last summer, maybe further back, the overall labor market is just extremely tight. Arizona's unemployment rate has bounced up a little bit. It's now above the national rate, just slightly, but still very tight. And the kind of official measure of unemployment, this tracks people who are actively seeking employment. It's a fairly restrictive definition of unemployed. It's kind of the cream of the crop. These are people who are picked up under the U3 measure as unemployed. They're ready to go back to work. They're actively seeking work. They generally haven't been out of work for very long. If you look at the U6 measure there on the bottom, those are people who have likely been out of the labor market. Those include people who've been out of the labor market for longer. They may be part-time for economic reasons. This is a very expansive definition of unemployment. Even there at 6.5%, that is a historic low for that series. So, even if you're really delving down into the labor market in a significant way, it's still very difficult to find employers nationally, and I think here in Arizona as well. So another way of kind of getting a feel for the tightness of the labor market is to look at this job openings versus unemployed residents. So the job openings are on the blue line, the unemployed residents, the red line, and you can see that it's rare for job openings to be so far above the number of unemployed residents. Going back to the beginning of this data set, which is about 2000, we really haven't seen this before. As of December, there were about 1.5 jobs, open jobs for every unemployed resident in the state. That's a little bit better than the nation, which is right around 2. But still, this is a situation that we haven't seen before. There are a large number of open jobs per unemployed resident. It's just another way of thinking about the struggles that employers are going through in terms of hiring. I have a couple of positions here in my center. We have a webmaster position that's been open for a year, and that we're still working to fill. So it's a very common story out there. Workers have a lot of options, a lot of opportunities out there, and a lot of people bidding for their work.
We were just in DC a couple of weeks ago, and a national economist was saying they still don't really know where all these workers are and why they haven't come back. Has that been answered, or do you have an opinion on that?
Yeah, the research that I've been tracking suggests there's 2 main issues. By far, the biggest one is retirement. So, large numbers of people, much more than you would have expected to retire. Large numbers of people have retired since the pandemic began. So these are primarily people who are, age 65 and over. They tend to be white and they tend to be college educated. And that's where we see the kind of that biggest surge in retirements driven by the pandemic. The research that I've seen suggests that the gap in the labor force participation rate nationally between where it is now and where it was before the pandemic began, that virtually all of that can be explained by the increase in retirements, which is about half the retirements that we would have expected based on the demographics. And the other half is what you can think of as excess retirements, people who have retired over and above those we would have expected to retire based on the demographics that we are now encountering. So that, to my knowledge, is the largest explanatory factor. Other smaller factors are individuals who are involved in caregiving, either providing care to, elderly parents, right? This demographic transition has continued, or to people who are sick with COVID, that's a significantly declining share, and providing care to children. And some of that is being driven by the tightness in the labor market. It's hard to find caregiving for kids, for caregiving for anyone, including caregiving for kids. But the way I read the where most economists are landing is on the retirements, particularly the excess retirements over and above what we would have expected demographically. Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you. So given a really tight labor market, we'd expect wages to be rising. And there's lots of measures of labor income. There are average hourly earnings, there's wages per worker, and there's the employment cost index. Now, the pandemic really messed with the average hourly earnings and wages per worker measures. Although we can still get some insight out of those as long as we disaggregate down into enough industrial detail. But my favored measure these days is the employment cost index, because it's already adjusted for shifts of workers both across occupations and across industries. These data include total compensation and wages and salaries. So the difference there is that total compensation includes fringe benefits, employer-paid fringe benefits. The data that we get for is over the year percent changes, and it's available for large metropolitan areas. So we have some data in Phoenix that probably reflects, I think, what we're seeing across the state. And here's what that looks like. So the pandemic created this significant surge in employment costs, or labor income. It's up to 5.5% in Phoenix. That was at or above the nation for most of last year. With the fourth quarter, we saw a little bit of a pullback in employment compensation here in Phoenix. It was down to 4.4% over the year. It's not entirely clear why Phoenix would slow so significantly. One thing I will point out is that this measure does include production bonuses. It includes incentive pay and commissions. So, it could have something to do with the drop off in home prices during the period, with commissions to real estate agents perhaps dropping off. That's just a little speculation from me. We didn't see that kind of a drop in kind of real estate compensation at the national level. There is an employment cost index for the sector that includes real estate agents nationally, and we didn't see that particularly big slowdown or really any slowdown. But that is just something that occurred to me, and we're not sure why that has slowed so much. There is a little bit of additional variability that can creep into these series as we disaggregate them regionally. But, certainly a little bit of a drop off in employment compensation is to be expected as we move forward. I'm surprised it happened at the end of 2024, but even at 4.4%, that's some of the fastest growths we've seen since before the great financial crisis in 2007, 2008. So it's still pretty rapid compensation growth, although it's not even close to keeping up with inflation during the same period. So in terms of taxable sales, consumer spending is still really strong. It's been really surprisingly resilient. These data are measured relative to January 2020. So, you can see retail, including remote, restaurants and bars, hotels, motels, all, way above where they were before the pandemic began. Overall, we've seen a significant slowdown. Retail, including remote, its growth rate fell by about half in 2022. We saw the same kind of slowdown in restaurants and bars. Hotels and motels kind of creeping along at about where it was before the pandemic began. Statewide, that's probably attributable to business travel, more so than recreational travel, which I think has come back fairly strongly according to the data that we have. And amusements are up strongly as we're all back engaging in all that fun travel and tourism activity. So retail sales still doing really well, although it has slowed recently and will likely slow as we go through 2023. So the national forecast, the U.S. forecast, the baseline projections include a mild U.S. recession this year, actually in the first half of this year. So a mild U.S. recession would be something along the lines of what the U.S. economy experienced in the early 2000s. What's driving that is primarily the Federal Reserve raising interest rates. So I wanted to give you a feel for the pattern of interest rates that underpin the projections. We have a significant increase in the federal funds rate to over 4% annually. Notice that jumps over the 10-year Treasury rate. So think of that as the inverting of the yield curve. That's often correlated with a downturn. Mortgage interest rates rise significantly to between 5 and 6%. As we go through 2024 and into 2025, interest rates come back down. But the key insight is that interest rates don't go back to where they were before the pandemic began. Interest rates remain, even though they're down from recent highs, they remain relatively high compared to our own past history, say the past from 2010 on. So something to keep in mind. Now, the Arizona housing permits weakened in 2022. That was entirely driven by a significant drop in single-family permits. That was driven in part by housing affordability issues, also by the surge in interest rates last year. Multifamily activity remained really strong last year. The forecast calls for both single-family and multifamily activity or housing permits to drop in 2023 and then gradually begin to recover to something that would be associated with the population growth that is expected. So the model doesn't try to predict kind of boom and bust cycles in housing permits in the future. It essentially what the model says is, okay, housing permits, in normal times, we need, X number of housing permits per new resident or in the state, and it drives from there. So it's really demographically driven. Overall, Arizona's job growth compared to the U.S. Arizona's job growth last year was just slightly below the U.S., according to preliminary data. 3.7%, that drops to 1.5% to 1.6% over the next couple of years. Nationally, job growth slows significantly this year and then becomes negative next year. That's just the pattern in the quarterly data showing up there in the annual data. Then Arizona's job growth rebounds a little bit, and then a demographically driven deceleration sets in again. This has been a characteristic of the forecast, during virtually the entire decade that I've been here, as this period is when we start to see those demographically driven slowdowns. So population growth was strong last year, as we'll see. It was primarily driven by a surge in net migration, according to the latest population estimates from the Office of Economic Opportunity. I will caution you that the population estimation right now is particularly, it's been severely affected by the pandemic and the data gathering around the pandemic. So these are the population estimates, no matter where you're getting them these days, are less reliable than they were, say, during the prior decade. So we want to take this with a little grain of salt, but these are the best estimates that we have. So net migration surged again last year. This is the kind of the last gasp of the work from home surge. Net migration drops off pretty significantly. That's driven by the end of this increase in migration driven by working from home and driven by the significant deterioration in housing affordability. Even so, net migration remains fairly solid over the next couple of years. Demographically, the main point of this slide is what's going on with natural increase. That's just the annual difference between births and deaths. And you can see that natural increase went from being a significant tailwind to state growth, right around 2007, 2006, to something that's close to a headwind now. And what's happened is that the birth rates and the number of births in Arizona have just plummeted since 2007. Looks like it stabilized a little bit last year, but it's not clear that stabilization is durable. We just don't know if it will be or not. For now, the model suggests that natural increase remains positive. That's got a limited lifespan. If we take this forecast out through the end of the 2030s, natural increase turns negative. In Tucson, natural increase is already negative and will likely stay negative through the next decade or two. So natural increase is not going to be the same kind of tailwind to growth. It's going to be net migration driving all of Arizona's population growth in the very near future. And finally, just a quick summary of the forecast. So overall, Arizona's job growth slows. Personal income growth is really slow this year compared to 2021 because we're out of that period of federal pandemic-related income support. Personal income growth stabilizes, becomes more normal next year. Retail sales follows income with a lag. So it slows this year and then fairly slow in 2024, lagged effects of the growth slowdown and then gets back on track. Population growth slows significantly over the next couple of years. Some of that's driven by the end of the work from home boom and net migration. Some of it's driven by demographics. Labor markets gradually loosen in Arizona. As job growth slows, the unemployment rate is going to come back up. The labor market's going to loosen, and that will take some of the steam out of wage growth, but not a particularly significant amount. It's still going to be fairly rapid wage gains. And finally, housing permits drop significantly this year and then rebound modestly through 2025. So the takeaways real quick. Inflation is still really fast here in Arizona, but the slowdown has begun. Housing affordability is down massively. It's putting downward pressure, significant downward pressure already on sales and prices. It's going to put downward pressure on migration as we look forward over the next couple of years. Arizona's labor market is tight now, but it's going to loosen as overall growth slows as we go through 2023. That will make it a little easier on employers to hire, and it's going to mean fewer options for workers. But we're not headed for a Great Recession style slowdown. This is a modest slowing in Arizona. The unemployment rate is going to come back to somewhere in the neighborhood of 5%. And overall, the baseline forecast calls for Arizona's growth to slow significantly, but no outright recession if what we see nationally is a mild to moderate downturn. Arizona is much better positioned going into this national slowdown than we were, say, during the 2005 to 2006 period. So there are certainly risks out there, but Arizona is much better positioned than it was in the most recent prior downturn. So with that, I'm happy to take any additional questions. I'll stop my screen share.
Dr. Hammond, I had a quick question on the housing starts. Is that pretty universal across the state, or can you give us any insights by Yavapai County?
I cannot off the top of my head. The good news that I have for you about Yavapai County is that thanks to significant funding from the Arizona Department of Transportation, we are currently building econometric models that will generate long-term forecasts for all metropolitan areas of the state, including the Yavapai County and the Prescott metropolitan area. And that will contain historical data and forecasts for jobs by industry, income by component. Basically, everything that you've seen here today will be available for Yavapai County. So, Clint, I will put something together on that, and I will do a forecasting project blog post for you, and I'll kind of give an overview of what we see for the state in the preliminary housing permit data for all counties, all metropolitan areas in the state, and you'll be able to pick out what's going on in Yavapai County from that.
Are there any thoughts about all these anonymous people that are walking into our country? That it's not trackable, it's traceable. How are they coming into our communities, and how will that affect the future?
Well, certainly immigration is a key factor. It really matters in terms of what we need in terms of labor market and labor supply growth. But we also need to know who is crossing our border. So, I don't have, obviously, I don't have a solution to that. I don't think we're going to see a solution for this. What we need, as I think we all know, is a system for knowing who is crossing our borders. And then we need more foreign workers to help with the tight labor market that we have now, and the tight labor market that we're going to see as the U.S. and Arizona populations age significantly over the next 10 to 20 years. So it's a tough problem. I don't have a solution for it, but the labor demand is going to be there for immigrants, and we just need a better system of dealing with that and making sure that we know who's crossing the border, and that when they cross, they're ready to participate in a U.S. labor market in a way that helps everyone.
We have gotten very used to free money as the interest rates were almost at nothing. Right now, we're still on the very low end of historical averages. Is there anything that says that the mindset will change and people will embrace the new normal and take out those loans at 6%, even 7%?
Yes, that's an excellent question. Certainly the forecasts that you see these days call for real interest rates, which is what really matters for economic decision making, to turn positive over the next couple of years. They're still not there yet because inflation has surged so much, but that is expected to happen. That would be a return to normal. That would mean higher nominal rates than that would mean nominal interest rates similar to what you see in the forecast. So that's going to change things. That's going to change financing of all kinds of investment, including housing investment. So one of the things I think we're going to see is that I don't see housing affordability unwinding, returning to something that would be similar to where we were before the pandemic began, let's say, at least not in the near future. And that means that households who come to Arizona are going to be paying more than 28% of their income for housing. People who want to come here and work, the job demand, the labor demand is going to be there. Just look at the chip factories, the thousands of people right there. So I think people are going to be paying more than 30%, more than 28% of their income for housing. And that has implications for the other recipients of consumer dollars, like retail sales, like travel and tourism. Those other sectors, I think, are likely going to see a squeeze as people are forced to put more of their, limited budgets towards housing. So that's something that we're starting to think about a little bit. What might that look like in terms of taxable sales, retail sales, and travel and tourism? So there are going to be big impacts across the board, not to mention just what's going on with overall the federal budget as interest rates stay well above where they were before the pandemic began, and net interest payments start to really ramp up. Okay. Well, I don't hear any other questions. So if feel free to let me know if additional questions come up. You can always reach me directly or through Clint. And I'm always happy to address any issues, or if you have ideas for topics that we should be looking at in my center, I'm happy to take a look at those. Just let me know.
Let me slide in one more before you take off.
Okay.
One of our main goals that we have at the college is economic development, and we all want the clean manufacturing to come to our area, but it doesn't seem like we simply have the labor force to fill that factory. Do you see manufacturing just staying urban, or do you see it moving to rural, and will people follow that factory to the rural?
I know Arizona doesn't have a strong history of people following the jobs. My guess is that will change a bit as we go forward. I have no evidence to support that, but that's my feeling, is that we're going to see migration, the drivers of migration in Arizona change a little bit as we look forward over the next decade, and that people will follow the jobs a bit more than perhaps they have in the past. But again, housing market, the housing costs are going to be a factor there. Can people find a place to live in the place where the jobs are? That's something that problems we used to think were confined to California are now spreading significantly across the U.S. So that's my suspicion, but we'll be tracking the data. And as soon as we see things start to change, or if we get evidence one way or another, we'll be publishing that through the forecasting project.
Thanks for joining us. It's always nice to hear from brilliant people.
Yes, and thank you so much, and hang in there with the weather.
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Hammond.
Yes, thank you. Anytime. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay. We're coming up on 12 o'clock. Do we want to take a short break to get your lunch items and then reconvene at 12:15? Or quicker?
That sounds good.
So reconvene at 12:15?
Great.
Okay. Thank you all.
Look at that, 15 minutes on the dot. How good are we?
Yeah. Okay, we got Ray coming back soon.
Ray must make more than hot dogs.
Yep.
Mine's still cooking, so.
Yeah. All right. There's Ray. All right. We are ready to reconvene. And there was a request for a slight change on the order of the agenda, moving item D before item C. Is that correct? Is that correct, Clayton?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So next we'll go to B, then we'll go to D, and then we'll go to C. Okay. Any problems with the change?
I think it was the other way around, Madam Chair. Wasn't it go to D and then to B?
So we're going to have the environmental scan, and then if it's all right with the board, we'd like to go to the academic master plan and then to Dr. Ryan.
Right.
Okay.
DGC.
Oh, all right. So you've got the floor. And now we have Tom Hughes, Dr. Tom Hughes, to talk about the environmental scan.
All right. Well, good afternoon. Madam Board Chair McCaslin, members of the board, President Ryan. Happy to be here this afternoon with you to really just do a brief overview of the environmental scan that was presented in November. And again, a few summative kind of trends that I'll have at the end that are new for you today. I am going to go through the slides rather quickly, especially those ones that you had seen earlier. But at any point, if there's something you want to stop and have discussion on, just let me know. And I'd be happy to slow down. We can have that conversation. All right. I'm assuming I can share my screen here. All right. It looks to me like you're seeing my screen here. So I'll go ahead and get started then. Let's see. Oops. All right, so a little bit first, just about the scan purpose. Why we do the environmental scan is to help us understand, again, what our current conditions are as a college that we're operating in, but also so that we can kind of predict the future to the best of our ability to inform our strategic direction. And really, how can we keep the college competitive and help us thrive into the future? So those are really the purpose behind the scan. So the areas that we cover are these 5 that you see up on the screen. They should be pretty self-evident in the individual slides also that you see. And we'll go ahead and start off a little bit with our demographics of the county. Again, we are just under, with our 2022 population estimate, just under 250,000 people in the county. We have a median age of about 55. Just a reminder that for Arizona and the US, that median age is about 38. So we are an older county. And again, this graph just shows, again, age breakdown. And again, what we have seen is that continued growth in the county, but almost all of that growth can be attributed to that 65 and older population. When we look at the county by race and ethnicity, we can see we are still a predominantly white, non-Hispanic county. The fastest growing ethnic group is the Hispanic population. Take you over to the little circles on the side. You can see for the Hispanic population, a much younger, a median age of 29, whereas again, for white, non-Hispanic, it's 59. For all the 9 non-white race and ethnic groups, they are appreciably younger than our white population. Talk a little bit about income and some financial challenges here. I can see that Yavapai County continues to be a lower wage area compared to the state as a whole and the nation, where our median household income is lower. When we look at measures such as poverty and even adjust those to kind of look at near poverty, we find that more than 1 in 5 of our residents, our neighbors, are actually living in those conditions, which tells us that there are going to be some financial need and challenges for the students, many of the students that we serve. Another measure we like to look at often as a good proxy of need is at our high school population. And that table that you see is looking at some selected high schools in the county and the percent and count of students who are eligible for federally funded programs. So again, these are your free and reduced lunch programs. And you can see many of them with very high percentages of students that qualify. So again, we do see some significant need for students within our region. Talk a little bit about affordability. I know you spent much of the morning, I think, in executive discussion discussing this, and Dr. Hammond also spoke. So some of these I'll go through quicker. Again, that's median household income we looked at, the Housing Opportunity Index. Again, I think Dr. Hammond really covered that and even brought some updated numbers to the discussion. One of the ones I think it just helps with the take-home message to affordability was Cody Ann Yarns. She's a realtor in the Prescott area, and she did a presentation this past summer for the Prescott City Council. These pictures are kind of representative. She looked at public service such as firefighters and police officers and what their average wages were. And what she found through her analysis is that for fire and police at the average wage, there were only 13 homes available that would have been affordable at those wages. She also looked at K through 12 and at teacher salaries, only 3 homes affordable at that point when she looked in the summer. So it really is an issue both for students and us as an institution looking for faculty and staff. And again, just some cost of living, not surprising if everything is normed at 100, the national average that's at the far right. You can see on the bottom, we're about 18% more expensive than the nation. And if you go up in that column, the Prescott Valley area, you can see that housing dominates that. And again, I don't think that's a surprise here to the board. Just a real quick look at our industry analysis, something we do every year. These are the top 10 industry sectors. We find about half of them provide on average a living wage. We continue to keep as a strategic priority for the institution that academic programs that we offer to students and develop will provide a living wage. Again, considering the affordability situation and income situation for the county. Take a little bit of look at the county. This is just an image here of east and west to give that orientation for geography. Here, some differences. On here, if we look at population, at about 72,000 in the East County, that represents about 29% of the county's population. And with the remainder in the West, with jobs, kind of a similar breakdown with about 25,000 and just under 50,000 in the West. And then again, gross regional product, and kind of think of it as a local GDP type of measure here. And so for the county, where it's about 7.6 billion, and again about 2.5 billion happens in the East County, and the remaining 5 over in the West County. I wanted to show you this one. This is some data put together by our Regional Economic Development Center. It looks at jobs by occupation group. And again, you can see we've got it split out by West and East County. And you'll see some color coding there. So the green is indicating jobs where that percentage is 60% or higher. And that's looking at the East jobs kind of in proportion with the West offerings. So again, when you see those green, it's more likely that those types of jobs are both more readily available in the East and West County. The opposite of that is the red. Those are measures below 40%, again, where those jobs don't exist on par as they do in the West County when you're comparing the East. Another slide here. This comes from the consulting firm, McKinsey and Company. They put out a report. It's called The Future of Work in America. And what they did is they actually went down to local economies and looked at the economic situation, and they divided up into many different niches. And one of the things that they identified for Yavapai County, and specifically in Prescott, is a niche that they call silver cities. On here, they're characterized by an older population. Again, we have about twice the national average of 65 and older in the county. Another indicator of a silver city is a high in-migration. So we have people coming from other areas, and as Dr. Hammond pointed out, again, from outside the state, it's Southern California and then Maricopa County from within. And some of the economic drivers identified for silver cities have to do with healthcare and related kind of career and technical type of programs. And just for your interest, if some of the other kind of silver cities, the Villages in Florida, Asheville, North Carolina are a couple also that were mentioned in that category. Just a little bit on K through 12 trends. What we've seen both in high school enrollments, that includes public and charter, for this data is gradual declines happening. And again, the forecasts that we rely on looking at these populations, we see the decline and slope there getting a little bit steeper, starting in about 2025 or 26. And again, some of the things that is that growing 65 and older population, in addition to the affordability, are some of the factors that we see that we expect this population to decline. And again, it is right now, pool, we're about 30 last fall, about 30% of our students just by head count were high school students. So again, just something to keep in mind as we're looking at our demographics. Bachelor's degrees. Again, Arizona last year became the 24th state in the United States to allow community colleges to offer four-year degrees. We have from our Higher Learning Commission visiting team received approval for the BS in Business. So that was great news. We are working now for the BS in Nursing on here and expect that to go well also. Yavapai will be the first rural Arizona community college to offer a four-year degree. And again, what an exciting time, both for the residents of Yavapai County, and I would say beyond our borders too, to have options for an affordable, in-demand, four-year degrees.
On your previous slide, it was talking about high school graduation rates, and it said that with Yavapai County high schools, 3 out of 10 are not graduating. Is that because they move away, or is that strictly because they do not get out of school?
Yeah, so they're cohorts that we follow. I don't know if we're able to track as accurately whether they're leaving on here. Yeah, it's one, Mr. Kupnio. I'll go back and look at that data to see if we can tease out the differences between those. One of the things we do think happened with that 2021 and why it's lower is there was definitely a COVID impact that affected learning, and we don't have more recent data to see if that has kind of bounced back. We did see some bounce back in enrollments and things there, but yeah, it is
just be a good group to for the college to pick up and get them across the finish line.
Sure, and it's one of the groups that I think community colleges are specifically good at is addressing those kind of students that wouldn't, typically go to the universities. But again, we need them, in our economy.
Now, tagging up on that, homeschool students that would graduate from high school would be getting GEDs. Is that correct?
So I would say for most, and again, GEDs are not included in this data.
Mm-hmm.
On that one, we do track GEDs and things, but yeah, I don't believe they are included in these data sets from Arizona Department of Education.
Isn't it also true that the decline in graduates in general will forecast also a decline in our potential matriculation? I don't know how much the the college. I don't know what our market share is of local graduates, but
Yeah, no, it's a very good point. Yeah, it is a threat that way because it's been a growth area for us. We do actually better than most of our peers. Our matriculation rate of just graduates overall is in the low 30% range. So they're between 30 and 33. When we can narrow out those that are going on to higher ed, that number is closer to 60% there. So there is room to capture some of those students, but again, the overall pool, we're forecasting to continue to shrink.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so I'll take a little bit of look at higher education students. Just a reminder here, we think of the traditional age, that 18 to 24, that's who the college students are. Well, for Yavapai, that's about 28% of our students who fall into that traditional age. And that's why we've got this, that really most college students are not that traditional age anymore. And so I'm going to share some numbers with you. All these numbers that you see in the circle, those are national averages, and then we'll have Yavapai's below. So our age 25 and older, pretty close to the national average here at 42%. When we look at working, again, we've got 76% compared to the national average of 62%. And we know that about a third of those are working full time. At least that's what we've gotten back in surveys from students too. First generation students, about 29% nationally. For us, that number is about 37%. So we've got a greater share of first generation students. Those are the parents that have not received a bachelor's degree. About 22% nationally of college students have children. This is when we're still looking for a good place to capture this. We don't have a really good feel on the number, though we do hear through surveys that childcare is something that many students would desire to have. And then housing insecurity, that 52%, that number comes from a national study called the HOPE study. And we're actually participating this year, actually right now. We have students completing this survey, so we should have information that aligns with the national data. We do have some information though from some other surveys that we have done in the past. That 70%, that was the percentage of students who responded to a question that if they had financial difficulty and an unexpected need arose in the next month, would they have difficulty in meeting that? And again, 7 out of 10 said yes, that would be difficult. Another question asked about, have you run out of money at any point in the past year? And again, close to half, 46%, had answered that they did. But again, we hope to have some really good updated data in next year's environmental scan for you through this HOPE survey.
Tom, the higher education students, is that anyone, college, universities?
Yes, this is all.
College?
Correct, this is all, yeah.
I would think it might be a little bit different just for community colleges too.
Yeah, we definitely tend to see more older students as a community college, definitely. Yeah.
And first gen.
First gen, working, yeah.
Are we still picking up 25% of the high school graduates?
Yes, the last time I think we were around 32% is what we were, and we are due to again measure that for the latest year here soon. So again, we'll have some updated numbers soon on those. Great questions. All right, so let's take you to some of the higher education trends. Again, we've got a strategic planning committee here that's been really busy at work. And I'm just going to sum up some of the things that have really come out and what we found through this year's planning process and some trends that we see. And the first one is borderless and being borders. Again, this is something that we saw coming in the trends, but really was just rapidly accelerated with the pandemic and the growth of online offerings. I think one of the other things that's changing under this borderless category is institutions staying in their lane. For example, we've seen Arizona State University get approval to at least test offering some associate degrees. something they hadn't done in the past. Again, we've talked about before the online programs. You can do that from anywhere. It is not a border related issue. And then I'll pick on Arizona State again. If you didn't know, they also have physical campuses in Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., and Hawaii. Again, so we're seeing, even though they are a state school, they are spread out across the country, not only through their online delivery, but even have physical sites in certain locations. And again, I am not suggesting that we need physical sites outside of our geographical area, unless the Hawaii one. I could be convinced on that one, maybe. But again, the sense of borderless that I think Yavapai County, it's our heart and soul. But again, students beyond our borders could also benefit from the offerings that we have. Under unbundling, this is where we are starting to see, with some degrees, some wondering about the currency of the degree. The state of Maryland recently, companies like Google, IBM, and Apple have removed degree requirements from many of their job postings. Part of that is the tight labor market, but it will be interesting to see, are we actually seeing a shift in what the college degree means going forward? We expect to see more students kind of want to go a la carte. They may want specific skill sets and things like that, micro certifications, than a full degree. The next one is competing at scale. What we have seen through research, reports, literature that we've looked at is that the institutions that can provide that on-demand learning when students want it at scale to meet all those different personalized needs are the ones who are going to be the most resilient and successful in the future. Part of what I think some of this will mean is it's going to require partnerships, because it's hard for any kind of institution to be, everything to everyone. You even see it in the retail space. You see Amazon, a giant retailer that, again, relies a lot on other sellers through their market. So again, it is likely that, to be that center for Yavapai County, that when somebody needs to learn something, they come to Yavapai College, that it'll be things that we offer here and then others that we also partner with, something we could see in the future. And then the last one here is experiential and credit for prior learning. Again, we think there's going to be much more demand for that learning by doing. It kind of correlates a little bit, I think, with that unbundling. And then for adult learners too, that have work experience and skills, how can they convert that into college credit, or at least receive some type of recognition, verification of those skills for the marketplace? So again, these are some of the trends that we're seeing from our planning efforts. Just bring this on up just to give you kind of a visual scope of the different competition that's out there. Private firms like Coursera, even things just like Google and YouTube. You see all the state universities there that have very large online presences, and again, just online in general will remain, a competitor and a space that will need to be remaining competitive in. So some of the changing landscape. So a lot of this information was informed by the Upheaval book by Arthur Levine and Scott Van Pelt. And I think you've all kind of seen the presentations that they've done. But again, we've read through dozens as a planning committee, dozens of different reports and articles that have just reinforced some of these things that we see changing in the future, and we'll have to measure, are we keeping up? And the first is seeing a rise really of the power of the consumers, and that's students, I think, and employers. Historically, it used to be we set out what the education was, and you came and got it if you wanted it. I think we're going to see much more of the demand for what we offer actually coming from students and employers than we have in the past. The next one is that universal digital access. Again, this is students wanting to be able to learn where and when they want to. And again, we have seen these things already happen in industries with music, movies, news, and things here. The other thing we see is less loyalty than we have in the past, and a greater price sensitivity. If you think of people with streaming services, as they turn them on and off, up and down, depending on the content and things that's available. So again, greater digital access. The next one, new content providers, kind of like the prior slide I showed. It's just a snippet of all the different competitors out there. And really, we think we're going to see a lot more come from the private sector. We saw Outlier.org, a private company that's actually partnered with the university and now has access both to accreditation and federal financial aid on here. And again, as that competition grows, it's going to give more consumer choice and likely drive down prices too. Next one, again, is a shift really to skills or outcome-based learning. And again, with that one, it is going to be more, can you do it? We've got a specific skill. Can we certify? Yes, you can do that skill and things. So again, we are seeing that shift a lot with a lot of the larger online, like Western Governors University, that almost all their programs are outcome-based. And then the last one on here is this idea of just-in-time education on here is, it's education, you want it right now. I need these skills and knowledge today. I want to come get that. And that ties again into that unbundling. I need this piece of what was traditionally offered. And again, this just in time is really, it's different than what we've historically done, which can be characterized more as just in case education. And it brings, some challenges for us, because just in time doesn't align well with the established idea of the time you should complete something or how credits are awarded. So we'll have to work through those things, but it is definitely something being demanded by the market. And my last slide for you, really just kind of talk about some of the technology and things here. Enterprise resource planning, big data are going to be part of our future. We are going to need computing systems that are capable of processing large amounts of data, while at the same time having systems that are easy for students to use and interact with. See that in the future. Artificial intelligence will be a big, and we're just starting to see, you've probably seen in the news, the ChatGPT and some of the others coming on here. I think really the consequence that we're going to see of artificial intelligence is going to be automation. We're going to see some jobs and things just go away that will become automated. But what we've always seen historically is that will create additional jobs. So I don't think it's necessarily something to fear, but it will be change that we will have to encounter. Virtual reality. Again, this ties into that concept of being borderless, having simulated environment where students can learn by doing things, but they can do it from anywhere on here, as long as you have internet access and things. Those types of things are going to be available, and I think much greater use for students. And then the final one on the technology we have are the OER, or the open educational resources. And that again is free digital textbooks and learning materials, again, to make it more affordable. And we see that through almost all of the private providers. That's already incorporated in their offerings and their pricing, is you don't have additional textbook or learning material costs. And with that, that's what I have for you. Any additional questions?
Dr. Hughes, can you share these slides with us, please, via email?
Of course. Yeah.
Not today,
yeah.
but
Sure. Yeah. And I believe that the president's office has those already, and they should be able to share those with you. Definitely.
Good. Yeah. This is Steve's first time he's heard this information.
Yeah,
He's our newest.
Well, you're welcome. And Steve, we also have an environmental scan report too. So we'll make sure that that gets to you.
Please. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
You teed up my conversation very well, so I'm happy about
Excellent.
that.
Yes. Okay, Dr. Ewell, what's next?
Very good. Well, thank you. It is my pleasure to be able to present to you some work that has been done and led by Dr. Diane Ryan and her team that creates the academic master plan. And again, Diane wishes she could be here today, but had a family obligation. Again, an academic master plan for those of you who maybe aren't working in higher ed. It's really where we're defining what kinds of programs and services that we're offering and how we deliver them, and are they really remaining relevant in today's marketplace. So this is their most recent output from this fall. Again, just a quick reminder, YC has many different kinds of plans that we use to really help us manage what is a very complex organization. And, you know, I would say that all of these are important, and all of them are needed for us to be successful and help our students to be successful. But really, if you think about it, academics is really the heart of what we do. And this is a very important part of the plan that helps us achieve the strategic plan. Yes.
Matt, could you share your screen? Because I don't think they can see the slides.
Oh, all right. Thank you. Appreciate you saying that. Try that again. Okay, so now you see it? Okay, I see some head nods. So let's, again, here's what I was talking about. We have 7 or 8 planning initiatives underway throughout the organization, being led by different individuals. Academic Master Plan is kind of the first amongst equals and is being led by Dr. Diane Ryan and Academic Affairs. And all of these are contributing to our ability to implement this strategic plan. Some of the philosophy underpinning our academic master plan is, and I know this is something Dr. Ryan feels very strongly about, is that it is our responsibility to make sure that we're leaving students better off than when they come to us. You know, you've heard a variety of information from Dr. Hammond and Dr. Hughes about some of the financial challenges that people in Arizona and particularly in Yavapai County are experiencing. One of the ways that we can help people improve their economic situation is through education. We want to make sure that we're getting them things that are going to help them improve their lot in life and not walk away with a ton of unnecessary debt. And the other thing is, you know, for years and years and years, I think colleges were maybe more focused on trying to work with their K through 12 partners to make sure they were giving us students who we felt were ready to be in college. And really, what we need to do is make sure the college is ready for the students who come to us. So there is kind of an ongoing debate in higher ed about, you know, what's more important or what's more relevant in today's world, career technical education or liberal arts. Again, this is not a new debate. As you can see, these are issues that have been going on for literally hundreds of years. Do you need a skill that will help you put food on the table, or do you need to be thinking of broader issues more along the lines of, I don't know, astronomy and religion and logic and all the trivium and quadrivium stuff from years ago? And I think the answer is that we need them both. And if you look at Yavapai College, we are about a 50-50 split between the student credit hours generated on the liberal arts side of the spectrum and the student credit hours generated on the career technical. Again, we need that general education because it's really helping us to build those foundational skills that are going to be useful not only in the workplace, but in life. And certainly is going to contribute to some of the soft skills that you see on the screen that are really being valued in the workplace beyond just some of the technical know-how. Having said that, career technical education is a very important part of why people come to college, especially community colleges. As I think we've shared with you before, there is a national career cluster framework that kind of groups all the different types of career technical training into 16 different clusters. And you see those on the right-hand side of your screen. Yavapai College certainly offers coursework within 15 of the 16. The one that we may or may not, depending on how you look at it, is the government and public administration. Again, I would argue that a lot of our coursework is applicable in that area as well. So taking a look at our program mix as we're trying to decide what kinds of career tech ed to offer, here are some of the data that we look at from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So if you look at all the different kinds of jobs, or let's call them occupations, that are offered or available in Yavapai County, there are 451, and that compares nationally to there are 798. And you can see in the state there are just a few less, 791. 80% of the jobs or the employees are represented in 138 of those 451 occupations that we have here in Yavapai County. Of those 138, 88 of those offer a living wage and have a sustainable demand, which we've defined as having 10 or more annual training requirements or jobs per year. And that's at the county level. And then we've kind of grossed up that metric to the state population and to the national population. And you can see the number of occupations that meet those criteria as well. And then last but not least, of those that pay a living wage and where there's ongoing demand, which of those require some kind of college certificate or degree, or at least some level of micro-credential? And you can see that here in Yavapai County, 47 of those are really where we need to focus. And then at the state level, it's 89. So here's a map of Yavapai County. The Gen Ed is represented in red, Community Ed in green, and Career Tech Ed in blue. You can see that we offer at almost every location, all three of those. The size of the circle kind of indicates the relative amount of that kind of coursework that we offer. Focusing on the Career Tech Ed, you can see all the different programs that we offer at the different locations. I would highlight that those that are in bold, such as agriculture in Chino, it's bold because it's offered at multiple locations. So we have agriculture offered in Chino and at the Verde Valley campus. And those that are purple are really, they can count as either career tech ed because they can lead directly to a job, or they are the kinds of career tech ed that readily transfer and count as a gen ed. On the right-hand side of the screen, you can see the top 10 college majors. And again, I think we offer coursework, if not programs, that support all 10 of those different popular college majors across the nation. So let's jump into the academic master plan. It's a 3-year plan. What they are trying to do is focus on the career tech ed programs that have employer and student demand. And so we're going to focus on the county level demand first, and then the state level. We want to make sure that the programs that we're offering are leading to a living wage, and that the kinds of programs that we're offering require college to have that entry-level job. I'm highlighting here what we're doing with our business degree. I mean, we've had certs and an associate degree for years. We're now adding the business BS. And again, you can see that these are stackable, so you can start with a small bite, see if you like it, go on and get your associates. And then if you're still engaged in receiving value, you can go ahead and get that Bachelor of Business. And again, as you look at all those different occupations within Yavapai County, there are so many different management opportunities. Granted, they're in different kinds of fields. So it might be a sales manager, it might be a real estate manager, could be an engineering manager. But again, this I think is a huge step forward for the college and for supporting our economy by offering this BS in business. Another example I'll give you is that, we've had strong healthcare programs for years and years here at the college. And if you think of some of these different training programs we have as part of a career ladder, you might take a 1-semester CNA course and get your certification and get that first entry-level job. You can come back and do a year-long certificate in medical assistant and get a better job. Or what a lot of people have been doing is going ahead and being with us for 2 years and getting their registered nursing certificate. We are going to, as you're well aware, be adding 2 more rungs to this ladder. The licensed practical nurse degree will be offered not this fall, but next fall, as well as the BSN for sure by next fall. We're hoping maybe even as soon as next January, but that all depends on a lot of things that are beyond our control as we go through both the HLC accreditation process and the ASIN accreditation process. Another part of the academic master plan is that we know we need to expand our workforce training opportunities. One of the ways that we plan to do that is by brokering for third-party providers. And I'm going to jump out of this presentation for a second because I need to click a button that I didn't click. So hold on 1 second.
And while you're doing that, Clint, so our 4-year degrees, we are shooting for fall of 24.
Yes, we'll have the 4-year bachelor in the fall of bachelor of business
23.
in the fall of 23.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
And nursing might be earlier, but we just have to see.
Is there
Exactly.
another discipline on the table or too forward out?
What was the question?
Is there another degree program like on the table or in discussion, or is that too far out?
These are the first 2 bachelor degrees that we see a clear demand for.
Okay.
But as we're, climbing these learning curves and learning how to go through the approval process, we will continue to scan the environment to see if there are other opportunities. So 1 second here.
So is your strategic plan waiting for the master plan to be done, or is it underway already?
No, these things kind of happen simultaneously, interactively. We have our strategic planning committee is its members are the leaders of these different planning teams. So again, there's a lot of good communication happening between these groups.
Because the master plan is what we want to do. The strategic plan is how we're going to do it.
The academic master plan is, yes, more of how we're going to accomplish the strategic plan.
Okay.
Flip it.
So
Yeah, the strategic plan is the big one. It's
Right.
kind of yeah. And then the
Yes.
master plan, this is that he's presenting now is around academics and the program mix.
right. So all of these different planning initiatives, Chris, are supporting achieving the overall strategic plan.
I have a weird screen. Does everyone else have a weird screen?
That's what I was just jumping
Yeah,
in.
it
looks like it's
I see
his
it too.
Zoom.
Yeah, there's something in the front of it.
Yep.
Mhm.
Okay.
Try to share it again.
Okay. Are you
There
seeing?
we go.
Okay.
Now it's good.
Blurry, but yep.
Okay. So I'm going to play a little video for you. So Ed2Go is one of our partners that we've been partnering with, and soon we will be adding Coursera.
You want to bring out the best in your organization, and it all starts with developing talent from within. But with employees increasingly spread throughout the world and skills changing faster than ever, you need a clear picture of the skills you have and which new skills to invest in. The Skills Dashboard helps you visualize skill data in a variety of ways, so you can better understand the skills that exist at every level of your organization. You can get a bird's eye view of skill mastery with the Distribution Dashboard. This shows how many people in your organization have mastered a skill and how many still have room to learn. Every time someone passes an assessment, they increase their skill proficiency, giving you real-time updates on the skills being developed and how much each individual is investing in their learning goals. You also have the ability to dive into the details. Imagine a new initiative pops up that requires a specific skill. With skill breakdowns by team and individual, you can pinpoint the best person for the job. The platform not only provides insights into the skills your company has today, but also future skills you may need. Using the Skills Index, you can benchmark your organization relative to others in your industry, so you can quickly identify what makes you stand apart and what opportunities exist for growth. By showing you the skills your talent has and the ones they can learn, Skills Dashboard helps you confidently invest in talent, so you can bring out the best in your organization.
So again, I think that's a pretty cool addition to our offerings that we'll be bringing online in the next few months. And through that, there are opportunities for folks to earn some of these micro-credentials, or sometimes they're called badges, and they're industry recognized. So here's a couple of examples from Google and IBM, but there are many, many others, literally dozens, hundreds. And then again, part of what we want and need to be doing with workforce training is creating even more of those hands-on opportunities that Tom was talking about. It could be the hands-on through things that's hard to replicate online by some of the traditional career tech ed, or it could be internships. And then the final thing that we're starting to work on is there a way for us to work with the state so that we can co-award credit for some of these what have been traditionally non-credit offerings. So again, I think Coursera solves a lot of problems for our students and for our customers. It's that on-demand micro-credential, but it's not really going to help us with our expenditure limit. And so if we can figure out how to co-award credit, that would go a long way for us to solve some of our financial issues as well. Another part of the academic master plan is our interest in expanding partnerships. You may know that we already partner with Embry-Riddle. They send over a couple of hundred of their students to utilize some of our equipment, and actually they take a class with us as part of their coursework at Embry-Riddle, and they do that at our CTech facility. And we're in discussions with them about expanding that so that all of their engineering students would come over and take that 2-credit class. They're finding a lot of, they have some great instructors at Embry-Riddle and great classes, but they don't have the kinds of lab facilities that we do. And this becomes an opportunity for them to strengthen their program. Again, I know you've heard about our Early College Academy. We piloted this year with Prescott High School and with Sedona, and we are actively working to expand that program. I think this year we had about 35 students in the program, and next year we're hoping to have more than 140 through partnering with Bradshaw and Mingus as well. And then last but not least, industry partnerships are important. We have a long-term relationship with Freeport-McMoRan with some of our CTE programs. Again, we've done some leadership training for Spectrum Health, and we're in discussions with them about expanding that training to other topics and to other Spectrum locations. Another thing we want to do is optimize our general education. We offer, I believe, 143 options on Gen Ed. which is really, it's not only confusing for students, but it's hard for us to offer in a cost efficient way. So we're going to be working to limit that down to 70 different options. Still give people quite a few choices, but maybe be able to do it in a less confusing and complex way.
Are you looking at the demand, numbers of students that are in those courses?
Absolutely. Community education has been a strength for us for many years. Maybe not surprisingly, enrollment did decline fairly dramatically during COVID. The majority of this demographic are retirees, and we know we need to keep growing this area because that's where our growth is in Yavapai County. So we are devising strategies on how to bring people back to our ComEd classes and our OLLI classes. And we need to do it in a way, we don't necessarily have to make a profit, but we don't want to subsidize it either, because even though our residents appreciate these kind of courses, they do not count toward our expenditure limit. So we want to make sure that we're at least breaking even. And then I know Tom touched on open educational resources. And I believe Dr. Ryan presented to the board a couple of meetings ago. But we have, over the past 8 semesters, saved students over $1.2 million by offering them free educational resources, as opposed to making them go the traditional route of buying a book in the bookstore. That represents about 16% of our coursework. The other progress we've made is, in addition to that 16% of what we call OER 0, we also have OER low-cost materials, and those courses have learning materials that cost $50 or less. And there's another 25% of our coursework that fits into that category as well. Again, a traditional college course typically has about $100 worth of book and learning materials. Our early alert system, if you look within the turquoise box, you think about a very simple way of trying to predict student success. One might be, how many hours are they studying? How many hours are they sleeping? You crunch it through your algorithm, and you can maybe predict who's going to do well and who's not going to do as well. The actual algorithm that we've come up with is, we are looking at how often are students accessing their learning management system that we call Canvas. And we're especially looking at that during the first week of class, because we find that that's a really good predictor of who's attending and who's jumping in and trying to get involved with the course. Another thing that we're doing is looking in the Canvas to see what are their early grades. And based on that, we have mechanisms set up to contact faculty members, letting them know which students may be at risk, and encouraging those faculty to reach out to them one-on-one to try to re-engage with them. Again, Tom touched on the metaverse tools, and I believe Dr. Ryan has talked to you a little bit about this. This is some really cool new technology. We are actively engaged. We've won a grant. We are we have 50 people who have signed up to go through the training to do this. And from there, we'll decide how to best utilize this tool, whether it's some kind of supplemental instruction or an actual new delivery mode of how we deliver an entire course. But it's one thing to read a book about the pyramids of Egypt. It's another thing to slip on a pair of goggles and take a tour through one. So it's some really cool opportunities to do stuff.
Clint, I was wondering too, on the metaverse, there's that system that's on the market right now. It's about $500, I think. Can students use these that are already being bought in our system? Because I understand ours are about $2,200 a piece. Is there a difference in technology there, or will our meta tools work with the existing tools that are in the marketplace?
I don't know the answer to that yet. I we'll get back to you as we go through this training and we learn more in the next couple months. I should be able to tell you the answer to that question before we break for the summer.
It's my understanding that their tools will work. The Oculus or the headset thing that she's holding will work, but it's the license that allows them into the course that needs to be connected. So yeah, they'll be able to use their device potentially. That's what I hear.
Great.
Another thing that is part of our academic master plan is intrusive tutoring. Really, whether we have an embedded tutor or we have extended tutoring hours available, we know which classes students struggle with, and we want to make sure that they have every opportunity to get the assistance either in class or out of class that they need. One of the things that we're planning on doing is adding evening and weekend tutoring, like an online service that our Bachelor of Science in Business students can access, because again, this is going to be a wholly online third and fourth year of that degree. So we're going to make sure we have 24/7 coverage for them. And then another part of our academic master plan is trying to improve our online student course success rates. We have a online course review process where we are training our faculty in proven best practices, and then we are putting our courses through a process that helps them conform to those best practices. So again, we think that this will give our coursework a more common look and feel and make it where it's easier for students to navigate and easier to be successful. You've heard us talk a little bit about credit for prior learning. Again, there are lots of ways that students can get credit from Yavapai College without taking a class. If you're coming out of high school and you've taken advanced placement, concurrent, dual, international baccalaureate, those are all things that generate credit at Yavapai College. If you've served in the military, some of the training courses that you've had there would count. I believe I've shared with you before about the alternative credit program, and that's some of the online services like Straighter Line, where people can take a very low cost course, and if they get a certain grade, they can petition a college or university to give them credit. Again, certain industry certifications can be kind of backward engineered into college credits. And then there's some standardized tests that people can take, whether it's a CLEP test or a Dante's test that gets them credit. We're also working on creating some challenge exams so that, if I think that I am already writing at the English 102 level, there could be some kind of assignment that people submit, and it would be evaluated by an instructor. And if it meets certain criteria, you would get credit for English 101 and 102. And then I think the last thing I wanted to share with you is about having more 8-week courses and programs. I think we're already up to 25% of our coursework is being offered in this delivery mechanism. As Tom has shared with you, we have older non-traditional students. They come with work obligations, with family obligations. And, we just think that in an 8-week format, what we've seen from other schools is that there's less chance for something to go wrong in your personal life, and there's more chance for you to finish that course successfully. And that's what I've put together today. Is there any questions?
I understand that a lot of our faculty would love to get involved with the metaverse.
Mm-hmm.
It's very true. I think of those 50, I think fully half of them are faculty. Is that right, Dr. Ryan?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to talk a little bit about that too in my presentation.
I think the board should play with that for a little bit too.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, we're going to take you there.
Mm-hmm.
I've already done some of it with the other that somebody I know owns, and it's a whole different world in there.
It is. There's a lot going on in the metaverse.
As Clint says, you can go see the pyramids of Giza, or you could go into a bar and do drunken bar fight. You know, I mean, anything you could possibly imagine is out there.
I'll choose the former for this exercise.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you, Clint. Do we need a moment, or do you want me to keep rolling?
Keep rolling.
Keep rolling.
Mhm.
I'm feeling pretty good.
So my screen is showing a blue circle. There we go. Did everyone see that?
Mhm. They're better.
Okay. So first of all, hello, everyone. I feel like everybody should get up and stretch or something because we've been sitting for a while, but I'm pleased to be able to share with you some facts about where we've been, what we're facing, and where we're going at Yavapai College. And you know, we're in a really fortunate position because at a number of colleges across the nation, this could very well be a message of scarcity and gloom and doom, because we are at a point in higher education where we're forced to very seriously consider what we do now and how we're going to do it into the future. And we also know that the old models no longer serve our industry partners or our students in the way they need today and how we anticipate that in the future. So we could look at this as a really scary, sad thing, or we could be thankful for where we've been and embrace the opportunities that lie ahead of us. The fact is that change is inevitable, and the pace of change is moving faster and faster than ever before. And it does present some frustration and resistance in the troops, if you will. But we have to stay in the mindset that we are not going to hold on to the past at all costs. Change can also be motivating and exciting if we choose to look at it that way. And we see it as building on the past and creating new opportunities for exploration and access and opportunity for our students. So we're going to stay true to our mission, of course, to enrich communities by providing accessible quality workforce training, transfer and lifelong learning and cultural opportunities. And that's our mission. That's why we exist, and we're going to stay true to that. So this is gratefully and absolutely not a message of gloom and doom. And it's a message about being thankful for where we've been and what we've accomplished together. And admittedly, despite some really difficult circumstances in there with the pandemic, this is a message about being grateful and excited for the awesome opportunity that lies ahead of us and what we're going to dream and build together. And so as I start my 5th year, and it's really hard for me to even say that because it just seems like I just started in many ways. But as I start my 5th year at Yavapai College, I really look back and am truly amazed at what we've accomplished together as an organization. In my first year, we broke ground on the Verde Valley Skilled Trade Center over in the Verde Valley on the Clarkdale campus. We began renovations of Building L. We moved the Division of Student Affairs and Athletics under Rodney Jenkins. We created a true enrollment management unit.
I lost your video, your audio. Can't hear.
Lisa, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you hear any of this screen?
I heard you through the Division of Student Affairs.
Okay, I'll start from there.
Mm-hmm.
So we moved the Division of Student Affairs and Athletics under Rodney Jenkins. And then we created a true enrollment management unit under Rodney. We restructured the academic division and aligned the deans. And we moved human resources as a direct report to me, anticipating our focus on adopting an outward mindset, at focusing on talent acquisition and belonging, organizational development, especially as it related to change management. We knew a lot of things were going to be changing at the institution. And then just 1 year and 1 month later, the pandemic hit. We all lived through that together, or many of us did, in this space on the board or not. Sometimes it feels like a time warp to me, but here we sit. We've survived some very intense times together. Every one of us was affected by illness, loss, isolation, and change. But honestly, I believe our YC community fared fairly well. And it's thanks to all of your efforts and the board's efforts that we were able to stay open and deliver instruction and services and keep the operation going. But since that time, there's really a whole lot for us to celebrate. And you've seen some of this before, but we were able to increase our annual associate degree completion rates by 58% since 2019. We increased our AJEC completion. This is our Arizona General Ed certificates. It's important that that students obtained this certificate because it transfers as a package to a four-year institution. If they go to a four-year institution without the AJEC, the four-year institution will select which courses they may or may not select and apply toward their four-year degree. So this is huge. An 84% increase is really unheard of. We've also improved first to second year retention rates by 5% since 2019. We've increased our Hispanic enrollment to 24%, 21% for full-time, but 24% overall. And we need to get to 25% to become a Hispanic serving institution. But we were in the low double digits when I started, and we've really done a great job increasing recruitment and enrollment of our Hispanic students. We've increased our foundation invested assets by 37% since 2019, and our foundation scholarships by 35%, which actually lowers our operational dollars that are going towards scholarship. We've also decreased our student default rate, and this is huge, from 25.5% to 3.7%. That's a great thing for our students. Beyond that, we've also received stellar review and reaccreditation from ASIN, which is our nursing program. We were granted International Association of Campus Law Enforcement Administrators accreditation for our campus safety department. We added a college promise program to our repertoire, as you may know, and that was selected as a finalist for a Bellwether Award, which is a national award that is really prestigious. They only picked 10 in the nation, and we were one of the instructional finalists for the College Promise program. We also expanded our advisor support for first-generation college students and connections to community services and programs through our one-stop program. We added athletic teams and refreshed our athletic coaches, as you know. A little painful there, but we did it. We created our college council. We received an award for budget reporting and received a flawless HLC decennial accreditation review with no monitoring, which is extremely rare. Super proud of that one. We also received permission to offer our first bachelor's degree in business. And we've been nominated this year for a national award for our student success initiatives by the American Association for Community Colleges. So indeed, we have a lot to celebrate, but yet we have some challenges ahead.
And Dr. Ryan, I don't know if Steve, have you ever heard about the Promise program? And if not, it'd be nice to just get a real quick overview, because I think it's one of the amazing things that we do.
Steve, are you familiar with College Promise?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so we offered a College Promise program for students coming right out of high school. If they come to us and go full-time and take the required credit hours each semester and successfully progress through those, they have 7 semesters. So they get the summer, the fall, spring, summer, and then the fall, spring, summer. So they get, instead of 4 semesters to complete a degree, they have 7 semesters to do that. If they do it and meet the requirements, then we refund them any out-of-pocket expenses for tuition.
Where was
So-
that when I went to college? Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. So we launched that with, and that's why we've seen our completion rates go up and our full-time, and our AJAC and all of that, because students are coming into those programs and successful in those. And then this last year, we expanded it to select degree programs for adults in the career technical areas. So they can do the same thing, but only in those career technical programs that lead to a living wage. So super excited about that. And that's a self-funded one that we put together, and Clint's on the line, and he had a whole lot to do with creating the model that would make that successful. But I think it was in the spring of, I think it was my first semester here, Clint, when you brought that idea and we brought it to the board and they approved it moving forward. But it's been a huge success for us.
Well done.
And those achievements that you did, I have to say they're monstrous. And when we go to these conventions, we get to brag on what you've accomplished, and it feels really good. It's amazing how many people are in bad shape. And when you look at what's being accomplished, just the default rate itself, the completion rates, it's just no one else is doing this stuff.
It's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing, but we couldn't do it without the success and the 100% support of the board. I tell that to Deb, and Ray knows that too all the time, because it's not about the president, it's about the board and the president and everyone at the institution moving together toward a goal. And the board can stop an organization from moving forward in ways that will utilize the strengths of the president and the staff. And this board has been supportive of us every step of the way, which has allowed us to have the outcomes that we do. And that's the truth of it. So despite all the great things, we do have some challenges that lie ahead. You're aware of many of these because we've been discussing them. Arthur Levine, you've seen him speak many times. Scott Van Pelt's book. For some time, we know that these challenges are in front of us. We've seen it in the news. We know the competition that's out there locally for us. What we do know is that education has changed as well post-pandemic. Nationally and in Arizona, 4-year enrollments have grown while 2-year enrollments have declined. ASU and NAU are now encroaching on what has traditionally been our domain. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. Public 4 years grew 12% since fiscal year 11, and private 4 years grew by 5%. But nationally, community college FTSE has declined 41% from the peak in fiscal year 11. Nationally, higher ed has shrank 12% since fiscal year 11. And Arizona Community Colleges FTSE has declined 37% from the peak, and that's 50,000 FTSE. But Arizona 4-year schools have grown by 53% in that same time period. That's 67,000 FTSE, and about 30,000 of them are lower division Arizona residents, the ones that should or could be coming to us. You've also seen that, and this has been mentioned earlier, that Arizona State University is looking at starting 2-year associate's degrees for the first time, and that was approved for their degree pilot program. And NAU is also in the business. They've launched what they're trying to call universal admission, asking all of the 10 community colleges to have universal admission. As they would admit to us, they would actually admit to NAU as well. And they're looking at coming in to our counties and creating regional economic development centers that would work with our employers. You also know from the great upheaval that there's been a proliferation of new producers and distributors. You've heard that in the environmental scan today, and Clint shared that as well. An increased demand for anytime, any place education, a rise in just-in-time education. We used to educate people and teach them all these things just in case you need it when you go into the work world. Now it's what you need specifically to take that job. There's a pivot from inputs to outputs. They want to see competencies and certain level skills that are valued by employers. You heard this earlier too, that employer-driven curriculum is in demand. In the past, we used to be the ones who would say, this is what you need to know. And now employers are telling us, no, we need students to know X, Y, and Z. And then, as we said, technology is changing rapidly and improving. And so we need to harness that. The Great Upheaval, Arthur Levine and Scott Van Pelt wrote that book. Many of you have seen either Arthur Levine or Scott Van Pelt. It's been a journey, but I'm telling you, this is the conversation, not just at Yavapai College, but it's the conversation at the state level and at the national level at many of the conferences, if not all, that I've attended. In April of 2022, Arthur Levine was the keynote speaker at the Higher Learning Commission's annual conference. I was there with a number of our staff and executive leadership team, and it was a sobering moment for us. He was talking about what had happened with the pandemic and where we were going and the need for us to change. And then, so we invited Arthur Levine to come to Yavapai College. He was our convocation speaker. A few of you were there to see him. We then held 35 facilitated sessions college-wide with over 400 people, faculty and staff, digesting what it was that he had just shared with us. And then at the Arizona Community College Coordinating Council and the Arizona Association of Community College Trustee statewide retreat in August, Scott Van Pelt did a presentation for us with question and answer. We then had facilitated sessions afterwards to talk about the future of higher education. We then came back and held an additional 31 college-wide engagement sessions at YC to look at the data that we had collected in August of 2022 college-wide to say, where are we going to go with this data? How are we going to make it actionable? We also brought that information and had to the students, had them watch Scott Van Pelt and give us their feedback on where they saw education going in light of what Scott Van Pelt had shared. And then at the Association of Community College Trustees, Arthur Levine once again was the keynote speaker. And there was a Yavapai College convening with Scott Van Pelt in November. So we brought Scott back to reinforce what folks had heard in August. A little bit different, you know, Scott's a younger guy. He has a more dynamic PowerPoint presentation. Arthur was more of the classic professor telling stories, but same message came through that we need to think differently about what we're doing. Again, at the national level, the American Association of Community Colleges Commission on Workforce and Economic Development. I serve on that commission. We focused our entire retreat on the book and where higher ed is going, particularly community colleges, in support of economic development and workforce training. The district governing board saw Scott Van Pelt at its workshop, and that was videotape, I believe. And then you all supported a resolution that said, yes, Lisa, go forward and do these things that will support workforce development and employee partnerships. And then in January, I can't see the top of my screen because this thing is up here. We had an executive leadership team retreat to say, what are our next steps? I then went to the Strategic Planning Committee retreat. You heard from Tom Hughes, and we shared with them some of the things that came out of this work and how we'd like those incorporated into the 3-year strategic plan, the rolling plan that's being updated currently. And then on March 1st, which is Wednesday, I will deliver this presentation, basically this presentation, a version of this, to our managers, supervisors, and college council members. And then I'm going to produce a video message that's going to be sent out college-wide. So we did hold in those college-wide facilitated engagement sessions, the second set that we did in September and October. We had 31 groups, 224 participated in this round of sessions. And it looked like this. We took all of the actions and we had individuals plot them on a matrix based on how impactful they would be and how urgent they were for us to do as an institution. And then we went in and we created an impact urgency factor. We weighted each of those dots depending on where they fell in the quadrant. And what we learned is that our organization believes that this is priority order in terms of where we should go. Improve online quality and consistency, that our gen ed content and modalities needed to change, that we needed to look at competency-based learning, and that micro-credentials and unbundled courses were key. We needed to engage in self-paced, just-in-time learning options, explore AI and virtual reality, partner with third-party providers, and consider subscription-based offerings. And then we had another one that we looked at 3 actions related to industry employer partnerships moving forward. Again, we weighted those with a impact urgency factor, depending on where they fell in the quadrants. And what they said is that we needed to focus on industry employer customized training, industry employer experiential learning for students so that they can actually work in employment arenas and experience that real hands-on experience with an employer, and that employment preparation and collaboration was going to be key for our students. So the Strategic Planning Committee is focused on a couple of things. As you know, you approved the first strategic plan that I put together. It was a 3-year rolling plan. Well, we're to the point now that the coming years are 3rd year of that plan. So it's time for some of those things to roll off, some of them to become institutionalized as part of divisional goals, and some new items to come on to the plan. So what they're saying is that on fiscal year 24 strategic planning priorities will be delivered this year. They're conducting and updating the strengths, weakness, opportunity, threat analysis, and that they were going to provide key strategic priority updates on where we are or were, the completion of the key performance indicators of those things that were in the plan in fiscal year 23. So at the end of February, they are going to update the strategic draft plan, which is almost completed. They're going to update the college plans with the fiscal year 24 top priorities. And then in April, they're going to launch a new video on strategic direction and decision. And as those things become available, we'll share those with you. But you'll recognize the old parts of the plan because you've seen it again and again, and you'll see how what I've talked about today is folded into the new plan. There are 2 efforts that we're going to begin immediately based on the great success of the Regional Economic Development Center. We are going to expand workforce training and partnerships and also expand the use of AI and VR. We are going to expand workforce training and partnerships through employer-sponsored training. Hold on, bear with me. Employer-sponsored training, micro-credentials and self-paced options, experiential opportunities for students with employers, employment preparation and collaboration, third-party collaborations, and customized training programs. We actually have received a $1.48 million grant, a federal grant called the Quest Grant to use for this purpose, to expand workforce training. And so it was fortunately, through the work of the Arizona Community College Coordinating Council, our workforce development staffs at the 10 Arizona community colleges, and our REDC, we were able to receive that grant that will allow us to put together what's necessary to expand workforce training, listen to our employers, and build curriculum to serve them. And we're hoping that this partnership with employers will provide customized training for incumbent workers and increase the opportunity for all the things listed here. We also received a second grant that's mentioned a couple of times today to partner with Meta and Victory XR to receive equipment and training to build course content and components that we can use to teach and engage students in the metaverse. So the actual number was 58. So 58, I said nearly 60 faculty and staff have applied to be part of our metaverse team. We're going to work this semester and over the summer to venture into this new delivery method that will be used to supplement our courses and services at this point. The Victory XR CEO, Steve Grubbs, has also agreed to be our fall convocation speaker. He will introduce us all to the metaverse, so I hope you all can come to that in the fall. And by then we should be able to share some content that we've created ourselves for our own courses. And so I do plan to deliver this message to staff on March 1st, and I'm going to ask them to take time and reflect and celebrate on how far we've come, on all the celebration successes that we've had, and to get involved in our strategic planning activities that are upcoming, to carry the good news forward for the institution, and just be open to change and opportunity. And I saw these two quotes that I thought were apropos. Unless you continually work to evolve and innovate, you'll learn a quick and painful lesson from someone who has. And then I also liked this one. There will be many challenges ahead, and I'm looking forward to them.
Isn't he a wrestler?
Oh, I don't know. Is he?
I think he's an All-American wrestler, and he's a coach now at either Iowa State or Penn State, something like that.
How do you say his name? Is it Cale or
Sanderson?
Cale Sanderson.
Yeah.
I love his quotes. And so what questions do you have for me? Let me not share.
Can we get a copy of this?
Yes, absolutely.
It's great stuff.
I think it really brings together what the others have teed up. So I think, we've heard it, we know it. I want you to know we're taking action on it. It's so interesting to me because we've known this, right? Since we went to the HLC, that was a year ago. But we've taken significant steps to move it forward, and we're taking action, and we're making sure not only that we survive as an institution, that we thrive as an institution. And we've got to take a larger role in the transformation of our economic development and our workforce in our communities, partner more closely with them. We have a huge opportunity to do this. We're working right now with AC4, which is the group of presidents at the state level, to get a bill in there to look at non-credit training to count toward FTSE, which will be huge for us. I mean, the reason why a number of Arizona organizations haven't moved forward on the non-credit side is because we can't use federal financial aid for that. And if they can count it toward FTSE and we can use federal financial aid, we have an opportunity to get some funding to do that. But we're fortunate to have this grant to be able to kickstart this. And hopefully by the time our grant is gone, some of those legislative things will have caught up, and financial aid and others may have caught up, and we may be able to continue to do this full board.
You got to respect the past, but you can't be stuck in your paradigms. And I think you're the right leader at the right time during this shifting time. And you're doing a good job of accomplishing that.
I'd like to second that. It's hard to remember or hard to realize that it has been 4 years and you're starting your 5th year.
Yeah.
Because I was here when it's happened. And
yeah, you hired me.
It's truly an amazing record. And you are an amazing leader. I do have one comment, though, that I don't see Deb on the screen, and I don't think she's actually attached at this point.
I see her.
I see her box, but I don't see her
I see a
face.
box. Yeah.
She's below.
Does she have 2 boxes?
No, she only has one, and there's a big D on her box. But the thing is, if her camera's not on, you won't be able to see her. So she's with the rest of us who have our camera off, ma'am.
Yeah, it looks like she's still here, but that's a great point, Ray. I don't know when she jumped off, so perhaps we should pause to make sure that she is still participating. We still have a quorum, so we're still good in terms of that.
We still have a quorum, but who is our leader?
Exactly. So
it
let's
would
take
be right now in her absence.
Actually, it is you. I was going to point that out.
Congratulations, Chris. Should someone text Deb and call her, make sure she's okay?
It looked
Yeah,
like
should we take
her
a brief-
laptop died and she switched over to her phone, it looked like.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, that could be.
It's still muted, so we can't confirm that.
Yeah, do we want to take a quick break so that we can make sure that she's available for the rest of the program? Thanks so much, Ray, for pointing that out. I didn't see that she jumped off the video.
Okay, so
I
why
will
don't
make a
we,
phone call.
take a quick break at 1:44? Why don't we come back at 1:50?
150? You
Yeah.
got 6 minutes? Come on, give us a break.
Okay. We'll come back at 1:54.
Thank you.
Great.
Here she comes. Can you hear Chair McCaslin? Oh, there you go.
Oh, there she is. I see you, Deb. You're muted. Deb, there you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, see me and hear me. Good. Yeah, I had a hotspot and it died. That was on my laptop.
Well, I did my best. I did my best impression of Alexander Haig. I'm in charge now.
I could hear you. You just
With
couldn't
distinct
see me
results still.
or hear me.
Right.
You did a great job, Chris.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, now we're back. I'm sorry.
I remember
Well, we're officially on break for 3 more minutes unless everyone's good to go.
Okay.
So I don't know how, attorney, do we have to wait those 3 minutes because of the public?
You do. So so let's all just think good
Yep.
thoughts for 3 minutes.
We have, actually, it's 1:51, and Madam Chair, we said we were going to reconvene at 1:55.
All right.
I thought it was 154.
1:54, excuse me, you are correct. See, I am as dumb as him.
You know, I remember watching that live when it happened. I was in Buffalo at the
Right.
time.
That was 9/11, wasn't it?
Huh?
Was that 9/11?
No. That was the whole one. I think when Reagan got shot.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
So Steve, you were correct. Cale Sanderson is the Penn State wrestling coach, one of the greatest collegiate wrestlers and coaches ever, according to Tyler Ramsey, our PIO.
He his claim to fame is he broke Dan Gable, who was like the Michael Jordan of wrestlers back in his day, his consecutive streak. He was undefeated as a collegiate athlete.
Wow.
Yeah. 4 years undefeated.
It's amazing.
Dr. Ryan, did you mention that Scott Van Pelt will be part of our April meeting with all of our trustees?
Yes. If you haven't seen him yet, he will be part of the one of the presenters at the AACCT conference that's upcoming in April.
Can you send me his link that you guys got to see?
Yeah, we have yes, we have a video from Scott Van Pelt that we can share.
Perfect.
Could I make, once we get to 54, can I make a final comment about our previous presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
We are mere seconds away.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I eat way too many snacks when we do this stuff from home.
I know. That's why I try to stand up. So I burn more calories standing than sitting. I don't know if it's true. Probably a half a calorie more per hour.
It is 1:54, Madam Chair.
Are we back?
Yes.
So we're back. I just want to make one final comment about the presentation prior, and that is that we're going to be taking some measured risks to do some of the things that I talked about earlier. But the goal is to create something different that will have a positive impact on our students and our community. And I just want to say we are so fortunate, honestly, to be at this college. I mean, we really are fortunate when you go out and talk to others and the state and nationally, and you recognize how well positioned we are to take this step. We are really, really fortunate. And I just need the full support of the board as we move forward. And thank you all for your support thus far, because like I said, it's all the whole organization and the board together that allow it to happen. So thank you.
Thank you for being you.
It's hard sometimes. Ask my husband. He wouldn't agree.
Okay, may I move forward?
Please,
Okay.
or I should ask Deb. I'm not running the meeting.
All right. Very good. Well, okay. Here we are. We're coming up on 2 o'clock. We're 3 hours into the budget work session, and we're finally talking about the budget. Why did it take us so long to get here? Well, I'm going to share with you a lot of information, a lot of financial information with a lot of numbers. None of it makes any difference whatsoever without the context that was just provided to us through Dr. Ryan's presentation, Dr. Hughes, Dr. Hammond, and Dr. Diane Ryan's that I gave for her. So again, hopefully all that information is going to help what you're about to hear make more sense. And again, if you have questions along the way, please just jump right in. So again, here we are on our budget timeline. We kicked off with you in October, shared some preliminary assumptions and asked for your approval on some tuition decisions. Today is our deep dive into the budget, understanding where we are, where we've been. And then next month, we will talk about capital in much more detail. Today, we're really not going to touch on it almost at all. And you'll see there's plenty to talk about without it. And then in April, we'll go through the preliminary budget. And in May, we're going to come to you with a final budget requesting approval. And as I've shared with you, we will also be having a request for you to increase property taxes. So again, our agenda for this portion of the presentation, we're going to talk about the expenditure limit, about property taxes, go over some of our revenue and expense trends, and then talk about some highlights and challenges moving forward. So we're going to kick off with the expenditure limit, and to do that properly, we need to go all the way back to 1980, when the voters of Arizona voted in favor of modifying our Constitution and creating what's called an expenditure limit. And basically, it limits our per capita spending of local revenues to the same rate as what they were in 1980, although it's adjusted for inflation. Having said that, they have specified, the legislature has specified GDP deflator as the measure of inflation, and that is a more conservative measure of inflation as opposed to CPI, which is a much more commonly used tool. Again, this affects all local agencies receiving property taxes, so not just community colleges, the counties, the K through 12s, cities and towns. It was very important back in the day because there is a financial penalty of up to 1/3 of what we receive from the state appropriation. As you'll see, that number has gotten smaller over time. But having said that, there's nothing that says that the legislature can't change what the penalty is, and maybe there are other tools they have at their disposal to really try to keep schools and counties in line. Again, I think the point of this originating in 1980 was at another point where we had really rampant inflation. We were just coming out of the gas crisis. People were very concerned about escalating cost, and this was their answer to it. So the way the expenditure limitation calculation works is that they are really trying to focus on controlling your appetite, our appetite, for public money. So you can see on the screen that all these things on the screen are excluded. So feel free to go get grants. Feel free to raise your price to your students. Feel free to start some auxiliary operations. All that stuff doesn't count as we're monitoring. You can raise as much money as you want and spend it however you want. That's not included. And on the expense side, interestingly, they exclude our capital expenditures. So in effect, we could have money that we use to build buildings, but we might not have any money that we're allowed to operate those buildings with. So it's a very interesting system that's been set up. To my knowledge, it is unique amongst the 50 states. And it's worked fairly well for the past 40 years, but honestly, in some respects, the wheels are starting to fall off the bus. I'm sure every year you read your local newspaper, you hear about what's happening to K through 12s in particular. And, without legislative intervention, every year since I've been here, they would run out of the ability to use their local property taxes sometime around this time of year, February, March, and not be able to finish their school year. The same thing is starting to happen with community colleges. Already, at least 2 of our sister schools are beyond their expenditure limit, and it's really causing them some heartaches and concerns. So part of what's happening with our expenditure limit here at Yavapai College is that we, like many community colleges across the country, our enrollments tend to be countercyclical. So you can see on the graph on the left, we reached our all-time high in enrollment coming out of the Great Recession. And since then, as the economy has improved and people have gone back to work, our enrollments have gone down. And again, this is very, very typical. This is not unique to YC. But what you can see also happening is that on the right-hand side, you can see that the amount that we're spending is approaching the amount that we're allowed to expend from an expenditure limitation standpoint. And really what's happening is that the downward enrollments are creating downward pressure on our expenditure limit ceiling. The next thing I wanted to do is, I'm sorry, I skipped the fact that, you can see those 2 lines are touching, and you can see, I just want to make sure that I'm not painting too dire of a situation. If we get inverted, if that green line goes above the blue line, that penalty that I mentioned does not immediately kick in. There is a mechanism called a carry forward. It is a mechanism by which community colleges and other entities keep track of how much money they have traditionally been under their expenditure limit. So as you look at, let's say, fiscal year 2018, you can see that the blue line might be $2 or $3 million above the green line. So that $3 million gets added to what's called a carry forward. And at this point, we have about $30 million worth of carry forward, which means we're allowed to operate above our expenditure limit until that carry forward runs out. So again, we're right at our limit right now. We have, as you've heard about today, some really exciting programs on the docket that we're launching with nursing and business baccalaureate degrees. We have high confidence that those are going to generate a substantial amount of enrollments. But even without something like that, we do have probably a good 5 to 7 years before we would be in any kind of dire situation.
And that's assuming no growth in enrollment, which we do expect.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Ryan. Another thing I wanted to talk to you about, again, this is a graphic that we share with you just about every year. It's trying to show you how we are trying to update our product mix to be relevant to the workforce. You can see all the different kinds of programs that we've been adding in green or sunsetting in red. And on the right-hand side, you can see since the expenditure limit went into place in 1980, our career technical education enrollments have grown from 35% of our portfolio to 52% of our portfolio. And again, I think that's a fantastic thing. It's a really good thing for our students and for our community because it's a pathway for them to reach those living wage jobs. Having said that, this creates downward pressure on our expenditure limit as well, because as you can imagine, the career tech ed programs tend to be more costly to offer. They often require lots of equipment. They often require lower class caps. They often require full-time faculty, because you can't necessarily hire someone part-time to teach an adjunct for a plumbing course or an aviation course. You need somebody who's going to do it full-time, which again raises our cost structure. So as far as next steps, growth is really a priority for us. You heard Dr. Ryan mention that the Arizona Community College presidents are working to put together a plan on how to count some of our non-credit coursework that we're offering as part of this expenditure limit. The other thing that we're talking about as a possibility is maybe in the near future to go out and ask for some kind of constitutional amendment. Again, the EL constitutional amendment might have made a lot of sense back in 1980, but it's causing some real stress on some of our important educational institutions, both K through 12 and higher ed. Did someone have a question?
Yeah, I was gonna, a person caught me in the community the other day and thought that we were no longer teaching geology and the higher sciences in chemistry.
Organic chemistry, right?
Yeah, right, organic chemistry and no geology.
So I do believe they are correct on the organic chemistry. I don't think that is something that we're offering. And as far as geology, I don't think we have a full-time teacher, but my understanding was that we do teach it with an adjunct, but I'll defer to Dr. Ryan if you know of something else.
No, I think that's accurate.
Okay.
There's low in those courses are typically low enrolled. We did have an organic chemistry faculty member who was full-time who retired recently. And there's not a demand for that course, but we do teach geology part-time with a part-time instructor.
And we do teach the introductory chemistries. I mean, the introductory chemistries are very popular and feed into a lot of different majors. The organic tends to get a lot more specialized, and there's just a lot less demand, as Dr. Ryan said.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So unless there's other questions on expenditure limit, I'm going to move into property taxes. So again, there are two flavors of property tax. There's primary and secondary. The primary is what's used to help support the operations of a variety of public entities. And then the secondary is what's used for primarily capital outlays. If someone's going to make an infrastructure improvement or build some new buildings, things of that nature. The formula is that, believe it or not, the county assessor has some algorithms that they use to estimate the full cash value every year of every property in their district, or in our case, our county. And starting in fiscal year 12, the full cash value became limited to 5% a year. And so from that, you can see what the limited property value is of that property. So if you had a $100,000 house and it goes up 10%, the full cash value is 110,000. The limited property value is 105,000. There are different property classification rates. So commercial property is rated at 18%, ag and vacant land at 15%, residential at 10%. And then what you do is you take your limited property value, you multiply it by your class assessment rate, and that'll give you your net assessed value. And then you take that NAV and you multiply it by your primary tax rate, and that will tell you how much tax is owed. So it's a lot of words. Let's just go through an example. So you have a full cash value for your home, might be $250,000. However, the limited property value is $180,000. Because it's a home, the classification rate is 10%. That makes your net asset value $18,000. And if your primary property tax rate is 1.7584 per hundred, then your property tax owed is $316. So that's probably fairly similar to any place you might have lived prior to coming to Arizona. So again, you take your assessed value, and in most places, you multiply it by what is a constant tax rate, and that will give you your property tax levy, the amount of property tax that you owe. So as your property value goes up, so does your tax that you owe on it. And vice versa, if the assessed value of your home or your property goes down, the amount of taxes that you owe goes down. What's interesting in Arizona, and again, I do think this is unique, is that what remains constant isn't the tax rate, it's the property tax levy that's collected. So as the assessed value of your home goes up, the tax rate goes down and you still owe the same amount of taxes. Or vice versa, if the value of your home goes down, the tax rate goes up and they still collect the same amount of taxes. There is a little bit of a nuance that would be a little too straightforward. So there is a bit of a nuance where how they split the check, right? So it's all about, does your home go up or down in value relative to all of your neighbors and friends throughout the county? Okay, so let's talk about what that means. So let's say we have a very small town, there's 4 homes, and all we have is a budget of $1,000 that we have to pay for. And all 4 homes, just by luck, happen to be worth $250,000 each. Well, it doesn't take a lot to figure out that in that scenario, everybody's going to owe the same amount of money, $250. Let's say that the property values go down and they go down at the same rate. Again, it's all even. So we're still, even though our home is worth less, we're all still going to owe $250. Here's a more fun scenario where all of our homes go up in value to $300,000. That's the good news. The bad news is that, we still owe $250. And actually, in most places, you'd owe more money. So again, I think that's still pretty good news. We still owe $250. What really happens when you get into a bigger community is that certain areas of the county go up more relative to other areas. So maybe Prescott Valley homes go up more relative to Prescott homes or vice versa. So in that scenario, where some homes go up, some go down, and some stay the same, you still have to collect that $1,000, but it goes up a different amount depending on how much your home is worth relative to your neighbors. So is that as clear as mud, or do you have any questions on that? I will tell you, we get every year, even though we haven't been raising taxes for 4 years now, every year I get about 10 phone calls in the fall when people's tax bills come out and they're expressing their displeasure that their tax bill for Yavapai College went up, and I have to try to explain what I just explained to you over the phone without any kind of visual support. And needless to say, the bottom line is I have to tell them to call the county assessor. And I will say that most of the time people leave feeling better than when they called. More information about property taxes? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask, explain how our changing the tax levy, increasing it, will affect taxes.
That is a great lead-in question. I'm a slide or two away from that. Is that okay?
Okay. All right.
Okay. Again, more overview information. This comes from nonpartisantaxfoundation.org. When you look at our taxes that we pay compared to across the country, our residential tax rates are the 12th lowest in the United States, and our business tax rates are the 11th lowest. So that's not bad. That's pretty good. What you see on this graph is you see our prior year tax rate in blue. You see new construction gets added in green, and then to Chair McCaslin's question, if the board decides that you want to increase the levy, that shows up in red. So in the last decade, the board has voted to increase the levy amount by 2%. The thing that's interesting about this is that, we'll automatically get the new construction. So as people are building businesses and homes in Yavapai County, we start charging them the same tax rate that we charge everybody who's already here, so that we can expand our services to support them as well. But in addition to that, the board has the ability to raise that total levy amount by 2%. And you can do it every year, and it's cumulative. So because you've taken 8 of the last 10 years off, we're actually allowed to increase it by 20% or $10 million if you so chose to do that. So here's an update on property taxes. I think I shared some assumptions with you back in October. We actually have the real number for new construction. It's just over $1 million. So there'll be another little green segment in 2024 when we add that to the graph. If we come to you and we ask you for our traditional 2% increase to the levy on our median home price of $500,000, which is close, it's just the numbers are easier to calculate, their tax bill would increase $14, which, believe it or not, is just slightly more than a quarter pounder with cheese meal at McDonald's. So it's relatively low. If we were to come to you and ask you for a 5% levy increase, it would be about $36 for that same homeowner. If you own a home that's worth $1 million, you'd pay twice as much. If you own a home that's worth $250,000, you'd pay half as much. And I think that's all I have for property taxes. Are there any questions on property taxes before we move on?
Just in your example, when you had the 4 homes up there, then one of them turns into a nonprofit. It comes completely off the tax rolls, and then everything shifts to all the other homes. On the new construction, the next year it's existing construction, that showed quite a bit of increase from 17 to now.
That's right. We've been kind of cruising along at about $1 million a year. I have seen it as low as I think 600,000. And I hear before I got here, and I came in 2010, there were a couple of years where it was pushing $2 million. So that was a lot of new construction.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but are you in your October meeting, you proposed or you suggested that we might be going for a property tax levy in excess of 2%. Is that right?
Yes. Yes, we had, for the assumptions discussion, we had said 5%, and that's still what we're currently thinking.
There is history in this state for very, very large property tax increase levies because of the fact that we haven't, or they haven't increased on the basis of the 2% per year. Central Arizona went for 40% in 1 year.
Yeah.
And it almost cost the entire board their jobs, but they backed off to 20.
No, I appreciate you bringing that up. I think it's a balancing act. I've been doing this a lot of years, both at YC and other schools, and both with property taxes and with tuition, there's a real temptation to try to not raise those 2 rates. And so you manage to hold on to not raising tuition for 2-3 years, and then you come back and you're kind of painted yourself into a corner, and you have to have that bigger rate increase to make things work. For that reason, I have always advocated us having small regular increases in tuition. And again, I might suggest to the board that, it's been a good run here with having 4 years without an increase, but it might be better to have maybe not every year, but more frequent, smaller increases that are easy for people to digest in their household budgets.
To a certain extent, it's also been a political question. But you're right, you get behind the 8 ball, and as a matter of fact, the president of Central Arizona, or the chair of the board, was talking to me, and this was got to be at least 10 or more years ago, about this project. And she said, we thought we were doing well. We thought we were being good stewards of the college, but we really had a deferred maintenance problem, because they weren't doing maintenance and they weren't doing the funding to do the deferred maintenance. And it was creating quite an issue. That's among other things. Also, a relatively explosive growth in Pinell County. But anyway.
And the other taxing authorities in the county really don't seem to care if they raise their taxes a lot every year.
Yeah, I think there's been some very good reasons for this board to not ask for increases. I mean, we've been through an unprecedented pandemic event, and there are a lot of people suffering economically. So I do think there were some good reasons not to do it. But I'm hoping that in May we'll have support for some kind of increase for this coming year. So now we're going to move more into the revenues and expenses part of the discussion. And again, I'm hopeful that as you look through this budget together with us, that you'll see what is most important to us and what we're passionate about. So let's start with the revenues. Again, there are 3 primary revenue streams that I think most people would think of when they think about a college. You get money from the state, you get money from property taxes, you get money from tuition and fees. Back in the day when community colleges were popping up right and left in the 60s, it was kind of this thought that this would be a third. And over time, of course, that's morphed into something quite different. There are other revenue streams that people might not realize that we have. There's like sales and services from bookstores and other auxiliaries. There's the grant money that we received. And then there's just, some other odds and ends, like interest and other things of that nature. Tying this back to our expenditure limit conversation, it's really those first 2, the state and property tax money, that is subject to expenditure limit. Everything below the line is not. However, the reason that grants and gifts are highlighted in red is that the money comes with strings attached. People don't just give us money and say, go spend it. They say, hey, go spend it on A, B, and C, please. Any question?
The state they're seriously talking about bringing back some money for community colleges as well, aren't they?
They are, and you're going to see that Dr. Ryan and her peers have made some progress already. We're going to see that in just a slide or two. And I'll just say, I didn't share these slides with any of you, so you guys are asking great leading questions. Thank you. We're almost there. Just to kind of give you a sense of scope on those revenue streams. The property tax and state money, again, are at the top above the line. That expenditure limit is controlling 52 million, and then the expenditure limit is not controlling 37 million. You can see, well, we're going to talk about this in a second, but just look at that state M&O, $300,000 for a $100 million budget.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so here are revenue trends. Again, we're going to show you some 5-year information. The primary property taxes have gone up a few $1 million. What's interesting, and I think what this board should be proud of, is that when you compare the total amount that we were asking from taxpayers back in 19 versus the total amount we're asking for this year, it's about the same. I mean, it's within a couple $100,000 one way or the other. And that's because we were able to pay off our GO bonds and not replace them. Tuition and fees have been relatively flat. We have been having regular price increases. Thank you for that. And again, I'm going to show you in just a few slides that we still have a very, very competitive rate. But even though we've been going up a few percent every year, we have been shrinking a few percent every year, so it's about flat. Federal government has been about flat. State government has gone up considerably. Again, thank you, Chris, for that leading question. We're going to talk about this and why that is. And then some of our other revenues, it looks like it went down 29%, but I will tell you that this 9.8 million, for those of you who were around in 19, this includes the sale of our property in Prescott Valley. So that was about 4.4 million. So really, that also would have been about a $5.5 million budget. So, you know, putting aside that extraordinary revenue, the other revenues are going up a little bit as well. Then we use, go ahead, please.
If we become a Hispanic serving institution, 1% more, how much does that bring into the revenues from the federal government?
Yeah, that I don't have a specific dollar amount for you, but it opens up a whole host of grants and that we can apply for, as well as other types of federal funding that will automatically come our way.
Yeah.
I would also note that when we sold the Prescott Valley property, we used the funds to pay down our debt. So that's one of the reasons why that debt line dropped so dramatically.
Absolutely right. And that in the process that saved taxpayers tens of thousands, if not $100,000 plus of interest.
Yep.
So here we are with property taxes. This is, again, our primary revenue stream. The one thing I wanted to point out up here on the top right is that you'll see that we're capped at that 5%, right? Because in 2012, they put in that cap. So the property values, they aren't reflecting what's happening in the market. They're reflecting the cap. And then on the primary tax rate, again, if you lived in any other state, this is something you'd be paying a lot of attention to. Here in Arizona, this doesn't matter as much because it automatically adjusts depending on what the value of the properties are doing. Again, Yavapai College is right in the middle of the pack of our peers. We are the 6th lowest property tax in the 12th lowest property tax state. So again, I think that's pretty good. If we look at the property tax revenues, about half of them are coming from residential, over a third are coming from commercial, with the balance coming from vacant land and utilities. Again, you can see our top 10 taxpayers and the kinds of programs that we're offering that we know are benefiting them. As you can guess, you know, there are thousands of taxpayers on the roll. We're pretty leveraged toward the 50 largest. They pay more than their share. So we want to make sure that we're offering the kinds of programs that are benefiting these kinds of businesses and industries.
And you see Transwestern Pipeline listed there. Is that over with? Did we settle all with them? I thought we got done with that. Are they still paying into the system?
They are. So what Mr. Kuknio is referring to is that a few years ago, Transwestern sued the state on how much their property was valued at. They felt they were overvalued, and they won that lawsuit. So everybody who has Transwestern in their district, which hit probably half the state, had to pay them back. And we did get some state support for doing that, which is very fortunate because, Yavapai College would have been impacted, but some of the K through 12 school districts have been, they would have been shut down without the state support. But at this point, Transwestern feels like they're properly valued, and they are paying taxes just like everybody else at that lower tax rate.
Is New Enchantment, is that the Enchantment Resort in Sedona? Or is that?
Number 9.
I am not sure, to be honest. I can check. I imagine it is resort properties. It might not just be that one. It might be a group. Tuition and fees is our second largest revenue stream. YC is 10% below the Arizona Community College average. We're 39% below the National Community College average, and we're 80% below our four-year sister schools. Again, the mandatory fees are highlighted in hot pink. About half of us have mandatory fees and half of us don't. Again, we are the third lowest tuition and the fourth lowest tuition charging state. So again, we have an extremely competitive tuition rate. We're not being overly generous. We are keeping our tuition low because our median income is low and we want to remain accessible and affordable.
Hey, Deb, that New Enchantment is the Enchantment Resort, actually, the company.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Breaking tuition apart a different way, tried to show you the various components that go into that. It's about $11 million. We have our early college programs. We have our tuition waivers for employees. We have some fees primarily related to aviation. We have our Red Sea non-credit charges. We have some other non-credit for community ed and OLLI, out of state, out of district, and in district. Obviously, the vast majority of what we're doing is for our in-district students. So the state government, again, what's interesting about Arizona is that they have basically defunded what they do for community college on an unrestricted basis. So they do give us some more money, and I think Dr. Ryan and her peers deserve some kudos because, without their efforts, it wouldn't be where it is today. But things like the Prop 207 and the rural aid, I think are direct outcomes of their lobbying efforts. And that has gotten us an extra almost $4 million compared to 5 years ago.
Are any of those sunsetting?
I do not think so.
Yeah.
This all looks good. But it all is, it's all in effect, other than these first two are unrestricted, but the vast majority of the money that we're getting is restricted. It all comes with strings attached. We are going to give you money, but we want you to spend it on STEM, or we want you to spend it on workforce development. And again, that's a big part of our mission. We're happy to have the money, but they're not giving us a whole lot of support for just general operations and maintenance. Again, this is a look at our 9 sister schools and YC, looking at the kinds of money that we get. I want to explain these purple segments first. This is what's called equalization aid, because these 3 counties don't have a very large tax base. They get extra money from the state so that they can provide a good quality education for their residents. If you look at the bottom yellow segment, you'll see this is the state M&O. and it ranges from $34 a credit hour to $0 for Pima and Maricopa. YC is a close third with $3. Again, this used to all be equal. We all used to get the same amount. And then back in the financial crisis of 2012, the governor at the time made the decision to subtract from the state appropriation to each school based on their ability to pay with other sources such as property taxes. So because our local residents were being generous and were paying property taxes, YC had a larger proportion of its funds, state funds taken. State rural aid is a relatively new thing that we're getting. Again, it has to do, there's a portion of it that's evenly split amongst the rural schools, and there's a portion of it that's determined by size. Prop 301 is money for workforce training. STEM is for science, technology, engineering, and math. And then Prop 207 is also for the workforce training kinds of things. The Build Arizona Stronger money. So any questions on revenues before we jump into expenses? Okay, so I apologize for the sea of numbers on the left-hand side of your screen. This is directly out of our budget book. And you can see that we present you expenditures by our 5 funds. We present you expenditures by our 7 programs and expenditures by our 9 natural expenses. Again, we do this because this is how the vast majority of schools organize their expenses. And when we report them to IPEDS, the federal government Department of Education database, we're reporting it in this format, and it becomes something that we can then go out and benchmark against. Well, we're required to do it, but a side benefit is that we can benchmark. Does anybody have any questions about what these 5 funds are, or the programs, or the expenses? I know we've talked about it before. If you have a question, I'm happy to answer it though.
Can you make that a little bigger?
I cannot.
You can't blow up the screen? Oh, because it's super tiny.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Can you read the 5 funds?
Yes, I can. So the 5 funds are general fund, which is our operating budget, auxiliary, which are those things that are servicing primarily employees and students, but they're not core educational mission things. Capital is obviously things that we're doing to improve our infrastructure and buildings. Debt is any kind of loans we've taken out, and then restricted are all the grants and donations we receive. I will go ahead and read them. I didn't realize it was that small. Thank you, Dr. Ryan. The 7 programs are the basic kind of services, if you will, that we're offering. So we have instruction, which happens in the classroom. Academic support is like the tutorings and the deans and the libraries that are providing support to our students. Student services are, registration and financial aid. Institutional support are all the overhead functions that you would have in any business, like human resources, accounting, quality control, things of that nature. Facilities are the non-capital maintenance, the custodial, the landscaping. Public service are those things that we do that are not core to our mission and are outward facing. So think about what we do with the Performing Arts Center or with the Red Sea. And then the auxiliaries, again, are those things that are not core to our educational mission, but are supporting internal constituents such as students and employees. Think about food service and bookstores and residence halls are the 3 primary ones. And then last but not least, the natural expenses, salaries and benefits, which is our cost driver, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes. supplies, contract services, utilities, travel, scholarships, capital, debt, and contingency.
When
Thank
will, when will exhibit 2 have 23, 24 proposed?
That's when we meet in April, we'll share that.
Thank you.
Mhm. Was there another question?
I was going to point out that you're looking at something that happened a year ago or more. This is not the current numbers.
Correct.
Right. So again, our format that we've adopted is we share with you when we're going through the budget process, we're going to show you last year's actuals. We're going to show you this year's budget, and then we're going to propose next year's budget. So this is because this is for the 23 budget, it has the 21 actuals, the 22 budget, and the 23 proposal.
Which is the current budget.
Yes. So
Can I
all
ask a-
these will scoot a column over when we show this to you in April.
Can I just ask a quick question, just so I understand the process? For that April meeting, will we have the budget ahead of time so we can review it on our own?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I apologize that we were not able to get you this material in advance. There were just a lot of moving pieces we were trying to get ready, but normally we don't ask you to come and make a decision without having had the chance to look at stuff in advance.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. So again, here's 5 years worth of fund data. We're going to talk about each of these in a fair amount of detail. I think, again, when you see restricted, the third one going up, that's a good thing. Seeing the debt one go down is generally a good thing. And then plant fund, general fund, and auxiliary fund, I guess it just depends how much they're going up or down and why, and we're going to talk about those. So here's the general fund budget, and this is broken apart by what we're calling major business units. So these are the different people who report to the vice presidents of the organization. You have the president and her group. So she has her own budget. There's a district governing board budget and a human resource budget. We have Rodney's area, which has community relations, athletics, enrollment management, student affairs. We have my area, which includes the business office, IT, facilities, institutional effectiveness, and campus safety. And then last but not least, we have Dr. Ryan's area, which includes the 5 different schools as well as instructional support. What you see on the bar on the left is where we were in 2019, and the bar on the right is where we are in this year's budget. I can tell you that, in general, the reason that some of these increased, it has to do with raises and market adjustments that we do every year. We've added a number of positions over the last couple of years to help us improve in some areas. So, for example, one of the major initiatives that we move forward with board approval this year is that we increased our number of advisors by about 14 to help us get that advisor load down to more of a normal 300 students per advisor. We had been up near 500 prior to that. Inflation has played a role. We have a lot of hardware and software that we're buying, and we have maintenance contracts for those software agreements that we don't have too much option other than to pay, as well as other utility increases. And then we've had some expansions. We've expanded our Red Sea services already. We have expanded athletics, as you know, and then Dr. Ryan also touched on our Promise program that is new, and with it comes some cost.
But a lot of the athletics is being paid with private and foundation, correct?
The athletics budget the scholarships are being paid with private. The operating expenses are paid with our operating budget. In auxiliary, again, you can see our main services that we offer in auxiliaries. And you can see again on the bars on the left are 2019 and the bars on the right are 2023. We've had some increases in expenses throughout most of those areas. I think adventures is down because of some timing issues. As you know, this adventures tends to be related to both local and long distance trips, educational trips that we take people on. Again, I would just remind us that as we're looking at the auxiliary in particular, we need to not only look at their expense, but we need to look at their revenues. So yes, there might have been an increase in expenses, but there may very well have been an increase in revenues as well. And to try to take a look at that to show you where we stand, here's kind of we'll call it a surplus deficit. Most of you in the private sector would call it a profit loss. This does not include any of the overhead allocation, so it doesn't include the utility cost and the maintenance cost and things of that nature, but just the variable revenue minus their variable cost, where these folks stand. And you can see on the screen, we have 3 areas that are positive and other areas that are subsidized. It's like this at every school that I've served. Your goal is for all these to try to come close to breaking even.
Well, it's
And
nice to
many of the
see
ones
that
are
resident.
subsidized- Go ahead, Chris.
I was just gonna say, it's nice to see residence halls, food and vending kind of bounce back, because in COVID, all that just vanished.
Mhm.
Yep.
I was
Yeah,
just going
and
to say,
go ahead, please.
many of the ones like community events and family enrichment center also involve education as part of their mission. So it's not just for the events or keeping the doors open, it also provides for education.
That's absolutely true. You know, there's a lot of these things are intertwined with what happens in the general fund.
Right.
And I did want to comment on something Mr. Kuknio said. You know, residence halls are actually one of our most profitable auxiliaries, right? The reason that is the case is because people 40 years ago, 50 years ago, the board then and the administrators then had the vision to go ahead and build that housing. And that stuff has long been paid for. Yes, we did issue a revenue bond in 2012. We're in the process of paying that off. But because the original investment has already been paid off at this point, this is a revenue generator for the college. So just food for thought in light of other conversations we had today.
Yeah.
So restricted funds. You can see that the largest slice of the pie is federal. We have Pell Grants, which are for students with financial need of $6.8 million. We're still finishing the HERF COVID money that we received of about $2 million. We have TRIO grants from the federal government for $863,000. Adult basic education for $430,000. Open educational resources for $256,000. Perkins, which supports career tech ed, for $269,000. We have a grant for substance abuse prevention from National Science Foundation for $180,000. Small Business Administration for $130,000. So that's what makes up that top right federal financial aid. State Prop 301 is 1.2 million. Prop 207 is 2 million. STEM is 611,000. ABE is 300,000. And then moving into the private, we have some Osher money of 166,000. We have Freeport McMoran partnering with us and provides $92,000. And Yavapai College Foundation provides $770,000 of support. It's primarily scholarships, but there's also some programmatic support as well. So again, we want this pie to be as big as possible. because it's by and large bringing more and more money into our county from outside of our county, and it has a ripple effect. Our capital budget, we tend to think of this in terms of having a fixed budget and a variable budget. And with the board's buy-in, we are committed to reinvesting in our assets and keeping them in like new condition, because we feel that lowers the total cost of ownership over time. As part of that, we have planned maintenance, we have unplanned maintenance, we have the equipment replacements so that our students are learning, state of the art what to do, and our employees are able to remain productive by having productive tools. We have furniture, fixture, and equipment. We have a reinvestment in library materials, and then we have some contingency. Altogether, that portion of our budget is $7.7 million. The variable portion really has to do with what we call our capital improvement plan, and it's our capital improvement budget. And that's really driven by the facilities master plan that we discussed with you this past fall. Again, we're going to go into a lot of depth on all this stuff in March. I would just say that this is 1.8 million is a pretty low number. Generally speaking, we average in the 6 million range. I think we were kind of on a pause for a couple reasons. One, coming out of COVID, and number two, wanting to have that new facility master plan so that we had a direction that we know we wanted to head. Long-term debt is just a great success story. You don't get to see this too many times in your career, and only if you're lucky. The fact that we paid off our GO bonds, I was glad to be here for that. That's very exciting. We have a few more years left of our revenue bonds that are financing both our central plant and our chiller plant and our residence halls. And again, some of those mature in 26 and some mature in 28. Again, another way of looking at our budget, and again, here's a 5-year trend, is by program. Again, these are kind of the services, if you will, that we're offering. And again, if you look at any public university in the United States, they'll be reporting it by these same different program categories. And you can see where we're growing and where we're shrinking. Again, the two large ones that I would highlight are growth in student services, and that's where we house those advisors, and that's where we account for our athletic programs. We also have a fairly large growth in our scholarships to help pay for the Workforce Promise and the Yavapai Promise programs that Dr. Ryan described earlier. The public service went down dramatically, and that has to do with the fact that we had been paying for our Red Sea initiative through general fund, and we were able to move that to Prop 207 funds. And then last but not least, our contingency has been pretty stable. Natural expenses, I only have 3 years worth of data for you. And the reason for that is because prior to 2021, by and large, most of our departments had budgeted all of their non-labor in something called, it's an account number that we call 7000B. It was just a big holding bucket for your budget. And then as you spent it, we would actually allocate those charges to these different cost categories that you see on the screen in front of you. But we just didn't have it budgeted that way. We would account for it that way at the end of the year, but we wouldn't budget for it that way. So again, you can see by and large, salary and benefit is the cost driver, followed by contract services and scholarships and capital. Labor, looking at our full-time equivalent positions by division. Again, we are a service organization. It's not surprising at all that labor is our cost driver. And again, this just gives you a 5-year, I guess a 6-year snapshot of how our positions have changed over time. And again, I'm starting to feel like I'm repeating myself, but we've made a lot of investments in student services because we think that that's where we're going to get that return on investment for our students through better student success and ultimately better completion rates.
The president line also includes human resources there.
Yes. Yes. So we have.
I don't have 11 employees in the president's office.
No, you do not. No,
they work in HR.
Right. Right. Again,
why did academic affairs go down?
Well, again, our enrollments have gone down.
Okay.
Yeah. So as that happens, we've been trying to cut expenses in that area. So again, we haven't had layoffs, but as people vacate, we don't replace.
Okay.
That's what happened to the organic chemistry professor.
Right.
And geology.
In geology.
Yep. So an important benchmark we look at is the cost per footsie. This includes most of those programs. It includes instruction, academic support, student services, institutional support, and facilities. It also includes auxiliaries and public service. And so when we compare those, I think it's important to see that we are right at the national average. We're also, have the same resources as the best in class community colleges, meaning those community colleges they're in the top 10% of graduation and transfer rates. So I think that's good to know that we are well resourced. I think it's important to acknowledge that we are more expensive than our Arizona peers. And there's a whole host of reasons for that. I mean, I think comparing a rural community college to Pima or Maricopa is not really fair. They have some economies of scale that obviously we do not. Eastern Arizona is in partnership with the prison system, so they have some built-in economies there. Cochise partners with the military base and gets some free instructors through that. So again, there's some unique things happening. Also, not everybody offers the same services. Certainly not all of our peers in the state have athletics, residence halls, a Red Sea or community ed to the extent that we do. We're wrapping up here. Hold on, 2 more slides. Things you should know about our finances. Again, we have very strong credit ratings. We're Moody's AA2, Standard & Poor AA-. We have some of the most affordable tuition in the country. We have some of the more reasonable property taxes in the country. We have sports, residence halls. We have Red Sea, FEC, community ed, community events. Again, we think these are all things that add value to our students and to our community, but they all drive up that cost per student. So I'm just trying to acknowledge that. Career technical education, I showed you 52% of our portfolio is CTE. Again, that adds to our cost structure. My understanding is we're either the second or the third highest proportion of career tech ed in the state.
Mm-hmm.
As most of you know, we have very well maintained facilities. We have some of the highest net asset value scores in the country. Again, that measures how like new your facilities are. And we are going head to head with the best colleges and universities in the country. We're in the top 10%. That's the good news. I won't say bad news, but the thing to keep in mind is that because of the way our clients have changed how they access our courses, and so we have, almost half of our coursework being delivered online and another 15% being delivered in the high schools. We have more classrooms than technically we need. And so, again, we have to be really thoughtful about the kinds of new space that we would build and why we would build it. And can we repurpose existing space to meet these new needs? And then last but not least, as we just said, we have a very competitive cost per footsie. So that's good news. As far as challenges, these are all things that you heard about earlier today, but these all have an impact on our budget. Our demographics, we are definitely a Silver City county, and we're happy to have all these retirees moving here. But I think the reality is the kind of services and products that they're looking for from us are not credit education. So how do we meet their needs and do so in a way that isn't hurting us too badly in terms of expenditure limit? The product mix, as you heard from Dr. Ryan and from Dr. Hughes, really needs to change. And we're in the process of making those changes. But again, that's going to take some resources to do that. The competition is fierce. It's not just the credit providers anymore. It's kind of hard to be just down the street from Real Salado and ASU. But in addition to that, you have the Coursera's of the world and the Ed2Go's. And so, are you going to try to beat them or are you going to try to join them? So we're trying to figure out how do we work in this environment in a way that benefits our students and benefits our community. And then last but not least, I think we've touched on expenditure limit pretty hard. So with that, I will open it up to any kind of questions or hear any kind of discussion you might want to have.
Now, just looking forward to next month.
Agree.
You're talking about the capital discussion?
Yeah, well, and seeing where we want to go in the next fiscal year.
And that'll be in April, but yes.
Pardon me, April.
Thank you.
Thank you for all this information.
So Chair McCaslin, the next item is the broadband.
Yes, I had asked, I know broadband is coming to Yavapai County, and Patrick's going to give us an update on that.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Sorry, my voice is a little gravelly. And thanks for hanging in there all day. So I'll be pretty brief. And what I thought I could do is kind of start at the national level and kind of work our way down to Yavapai County. So you can see this is a federal indicators of broadband need map. And no surprise, red is not good. And the lighter shades are obviously places with better connectivity. And you'll notice obviously the population centers kind of have some of the best connectivity options, and that's because the vendors, the more people there are, more return on their investment that they're going to get for infrastructure that they put in. So Arizona ranks 32nd in the country, and I think the big number there is that 31% of Arizonans are either underserved or unserved, which is a pretty big number. One of the other things I kind of found fascinating on this slide is you look at a place like North Dakota, right? So they're very rural, yet have good connectivity. And the reason for that is they kind of got their act together early and established a state broadband office and started using their federal dollars to build fiber throughout the state. So it's kind of neat, and it just kind of shows the possibilities if you work and you make it a priority what you can do for your stakeholders. So this slide really gets into the rural versus urban areas, and it's no surprise that if you live in a rural area, you might not have access to the broadband speeds that you need to be successful to work and learn remotely. And we'll touch upon this a little later, but this gets into asymmetrical speeds, and you might notice this from your home internet or something like that, where you get 25 megabit per second download speeds, and maybe like 10 upload speeds, and then there's different price tiers for that. Then the bottom part there goes into symmetrical speeds, where let's say you live in a metropolitan area or a place with good internet, and you can get like a gigabit download speeds and gigabit upload speeds. And those upload speeds help for things like video conferencing, and also the metaverse. And we'll talk about that a little bit too. So moving from the national level to the state. So we do have a broadband office in the state, and it's housed in the Arizona Commerce Authority. And really, out of all the research I've done, we were kind of slow to the game as a state trying to get our act together related to broadband. But that's really coming together now. And there's a broadband strategic plan that they put out. And I think this one's started in 2022. And they have three main priorities. One of them is to really focus on getting the conduit put in along the right-of-ways on our major internet interstates. So I-17, I-40, and what they're trying to do is get the infrastructure near the most amount of households so they can apply those dollars that we get from the federal government in the best manner possible. And on the next slide, I'll show you about some active projects. But one of the things that's not active yet is actually starting to go down those state routes. And they mentioned specifically State Route 69 and State Route 89 as possible candidates for infrastructure upgrades in the future. And then their last priority goes back to what I said before, is they really want to be the first place that people go to in the state for broadband initiatives, and so they can coordinate. Because one of the things, it's been kind of loosey-goosey whether they've been involved in anything or not. So they're really trying to expand the role of their office and make sure that they can coordinate it and make sure that Arizonans are getting the best bang for the buck. So there was a round of grants too that were awarded in 2022, and Yavapai County was not one of the awardees. And please stop me if you have any questions along the way.
Okay, is this expansion of broadband, is it private sector or is it a public sector?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So a lot of it is can be state like this, state-owned fiber conduits where the state saying, hey, we know we have a need here, so we're gonna put in the infrastructure. But then when we get to Yavapai County, we'll talk about the private public partnerships that can happen as well. So in Yavapai County, going back to one of the things I said initially, we do not have the population in our rural areas for it to make economic sense for some of these ISPs to do anything. And that's part of the reason why we've been lagging behind in some of our areas. It makes a lot of business sense, because you're not going to get that return on your investment. So these are some of the projects that they're working on now. Like I said, they're focusing on those main interstates. And you can see the I-17 project is really coming along. There's an active project that's nearing completion in Beaver Creek now. And I'm going to get to one of the Yavapai County projects that also touches that area of Beaver Creek and Rimrock. But you can see that they're actually putting in some infrastructure on I-40, which is going to really help out our folks in Ash Fork and Seligman in the future, which is pretty cool. And we'll get to this in a little bit, but no surprise that Maricopa County is way ahead of us on a lot of these things. So now getting into the county level, kind of going back to that map earlier. Red is not good. And then there's different shades. And if you looked at this map a year ago or 2 years ago, there's a lot more red in Yavapai County than there is today. And actually the federal government just updated this map this week. So it's kind of fortuitous because the last version of it that I originally had for this slide, we looked a lot more pink and less gray. So that's a good thing. And I'll explain to you this section on the next slide a little better. but it's very hard to get metrics on connectivity in different areas. And one of the reasons is because the telecoms hold things very close to the vest for competitive purposes. They don't want their competitors to know what what they're doing, and you really have to pry it out of them where their fiber runs are in the state and what kind of connectivity levels there are. But they do have to report up to the federal government for some things. So we can get some information out of that, but some of the best information actually comes from third parties, like those speed tests. So like, I don't know if you've ever done this, you're at home and you do an internet speed test. When you do that, that goes into a database of, hey, this is where this person was, this is where their speeds are, and they're able to aggregate all that data and get a good sense of what's going on in a particular area. And you can see here, obviously, the southern part of the county is more problematic than the central part.
Cool.
So just for comparison purposes, I decided to compare Yavapai County to Maricopa County. So you can see that we're lagging behind in just about every category, but this has gotten better over the last couple of years, which is really good. And what I really want to focus on this slide here is these download speeds and upload speeds, right? So for download speeds, that's most of the stuff that you do on your daily lives on your computer. So you're browsing a web page, you're using download speeds. You're watching a movie on Netflix, you're using download speeds. When you start getting into upload speeds, that's things like this meeting where you're uploading your video, or if you're doing some more advanced things. And also virtual reality also takes up a little more upload speed. So the recommended, for participation in the metaverse, and there's a lot of different categories and different things that you're doing there, but it's 50 download and 10 upload. So you can see just for us in Yavapai County, we're probably lagging behind on that upload speed piece, but there are options too. Okay, so getting into the efforts. Okay,
I think we're about to talk about it.
Okay, so I'll just start by saying, Mr. Tim Carter, he's been just such a champion for getting broadband in the area and helping out the local schools and the libraries. And there's been several initiatives from the county and from the YCSA, and particularly the group called the Technology Consortium, to really focus on the school districts and the libraries and make sure they had broadband access for their students. And they've been able to successfully do that, but they've had to put their own money in, and a lot of that is payment in lieu of taxes money, to be able to fund the fiber to these buildings. So they, in terms of public-private partnerships, that definitely kind of worked out there, where we're taking some of that revenue that we get in that form, and then making sure that we can work to get the fiber put in, and then have the ISP service us. And then on the last part on the slide here, the active project that they have going now is they did receive ARPA funds as part of the pandemic relief. And they did the county set aside $20 million to work on broadband initiatives. Now we get into those initiatives. So they released an RFP in 2021. And in a nutshell, what they were trying to do is get the most bang for their buck. So they went out to the ISPs and said, okay, how many households can you serve? We would like to target the underserved and the unserved areas of the county with reliable broadband speeds. And they did mention in there that fiber is preferred. And that's the main reason is that is going to it's more future-proof than a lot of like the wireless technologies that you can deliver internet over. And the wireless technologies simply don't have the the ability to keep up with modern demands, because we just, as time progresses, the demands for internet just keep increasing as the services get more complex. So I want to share this with you before I go on to the next slide and talk about the awardees, is what some of these terms mean. So you might have heard of last mile and middle mile, in terms of broadband connectivity. And where we were struggling with is that middle mile and last mile part in Yavapai County. The one term I wanted to highlight here is the passings, because that's going to be on the next slide. And that's a term they used in the industry that means, hey, this fiber, is running past a business or past a household that now has the ability to tap into that broadband network. And I also want to highlight this too. So the FCC hasn't updated this in quite a while, but their broadband definition is 25 megabits per second down and 3 up. And I can tell you that for a lot of our students, that would be adequate. But once you start getting into Zoom and doing other things like that, that 3 megabit per second of upload speed is not great. And plus, when you're down in that level, it also might be inconsistent too. So like if you're using one of the fixed wireless providers we have, you could see variables in those upload speeds and download speeds.
So this is pretty much a hardwired system that you have to hook into, but will this hardwire be able to attach into the towers to increase the availability and broadband of the wireless communication, say up in Ashford?
Yeah, so I think the best bet, and I think the reason that they made that stipulation in the RFP is the best bet is the hardwired fiber technology, because to simply put, the technology on the wireless front is just inadequate to work over time. It's definitely a last. It's in lieu of nothing. It's definitely a good option. And there's places like one of our peers in Northland Pioneer. They're using microwave technologies, which is a little different to push data up north in their section, just because the inability to get fiber up in that area. But fiber is really the key to making sure that you have sustainable high-speed internet that can grow over time.
What I mean though is, so in Juniper Woods Ranch, where it kind of goes out and there's a lot of people out there, but they're really spread out off the interstate. When you try and use your hotspot on your phone to get computer, you get nothing unless you wake up between 3 and 4 or 5 in the morning, and then you can use it. Because I think there's so many people trying to access a single tower, I think they're overloading the bandwidth and you just can't get in. So if these hardwires go to towers, will the towers have better service through a hotspot to the very rural areas?
Yeah, so when you're definitely talking about shared services and having to wake up, and cable modems are this way too. Although it hasn't really been that much of a big deal as the speeds have increased, but you could see the same thing you're talking about even on cable modems, where people are all using that at the same time and they can affect each other's experience. So now when we're talking about those middle mile projects, so essentially the provider is bringing the data, backhauling it to their facilities and having it at a local connection point. So that part is really important, that is rock solid. But then that last part of getting to the home, that last mile, that can be a weak link too, especially if it's over fiber. I'm sorry, not over fiber, over wireless, because that's where you can introduce a bunch of different variables. And I think we have some wireless providers in this community that are doing an excellent job with the resources that they have. The technology, just that hardwired piece, it's just like a computer in an office. That hardwired piece is always going to be better than Wi-Fi, even though the technology is catching up. So, so as we get into who got awarded here, there was 2 awards given out for that $20 million. They went to Cox Communication for some projects in the southern part of the county, and then Altis, which a lot of people would know around here, Suddenlink, was able to get the award for those communities listed here. So you can see those number of passings. And so we can almost think of that as the amount of homes and businesses that will now be positively impacted and be able to get the service in their area. And Mr. Carter and Corey Christians and their team have done an excellent job of going out to these communities. There's been groundbreaking events. There's been town halls and schools and letting them know what they're doing. And this is a true public-private partnership. In rough terms, those providers are paying like 70% of the costs, while this money from these from the ARPA funds is about like in the 30%. So it was definitely a catalyst for these organizations to participate. And some of these communities here, I mean, this is going to be fantastic for them. And I know some of them are excited to finally have the opportunity to get better broadband access in their area. So I want to show you a little bit of the maps now, and we'll share this presentation out, and there's links so you can actually go and look at the maps. But yeah, so starting with Congress and Black Canyon City as part of the Cox project, that blue shape is the encompassing area to where that increased service is going to be. And then when we take a look at the North Yavapai County projects, and I'll go through these one at a time, but I wanted to show you to them all together here. So you're hitting Mayor in that area of Cordis. And on this map, you can actually see the amount of homes that could be impacted. And then also Paulden as well. And then here's that Rimrock, Beaver Creek area, as well as Cornville. So pretty exciting for these folks. And I know after talking to the folks in Beaver Creek in the school district, they've been really pining for better internet access for a very long time. So it's exciting for the people of those communities that this is coming through. So one of the other parts of the process in that RFP process was, okay, well, what kind of speeds are these folks going to get, and are they going to be affordable? So these are the proposed rates from both of those companies. And I wanted to highlight those green areas. So a lot of the ISPs allow for eligibility for people that are on like SNAP or for us, Pell Grants to get discounted internet. And I've actually been working with our student development folks to make sure our students are aware of that if they could possibly qualify for some of these things. And if you do, for example, you could get up to $30 a month off of your bill. And sometimes that actually might cover the entire cost of your internet if you're on one of those programs, which is a nice benefit. So Mr. Carter's office also put together what they call broadband islands, problems that will still persist. And this is the list that they came up with. And some of these might be remedied, with some of the work that the state is doing. And one of the things Mr. Carter did put out is how much it would actually cost in order to hit every last underserved or unserved area in the county. And that's, 100 million to 176 million. So, so hopefully we keep moving along in the positive direction. The one thing I wanted to note too is that we struggled in these communities for a long time, especially on the business side, to get redundant connectivity. And I'll give you an example. Yavapai College was out of commission for like 2 days last year because of utility poles that went down. And now, as of a couple months ago, we finally have redundant connectivity, one coming up 89A and one coming up I-17, where we can keep doing business if one of those routes goes down. So that was a big thing for us, and I think also a big thing for any businesses that want to relocate to the area, any call centers, anything like that, making sure that they do have those redundant paths for internet. So lastly, this is the last slide I have, is some of those other options that we have in the area. Starlink is a game changer for a lot of people. It's not cheap, and I think since I put the slide out, it went up another $10 the other day. But it is and I do have some employees that are actually using Starlink, and with nothing else around in the area, it's definitely a viable option. And it can be a boon for some of those people in those rural areas that don't have a choice. So I guess with that, I just wanted to open up to any questions and any thoughts that you might have.
Well, before you flip off this slide, that one of my questions was going to be, are we sinking a ton of money into a technology that'll be outdated really shortly with Starlink and other operations like that? Is it moving into outer space?
Yeah, who knows how that's going to progress? I think Starlink, as far as I know, is completely a private organization, and they've done some things to help out all areas all over the world that were having connectivity issues, and really actually even started some of the first pilot projects were in tribal lands that really were struggling with the infrastructure. Kind of the big downside of that is that $600 upfront fee that you need to pay to get that equipment. But it's actually super easy to set up. You just kind of put the thing in an area that you can view the southern sky. There's an app on your phone. You just initialize it. It dials right into where it needs to look, and then it auto adjusts to where it needs to go. And it's stable. SpaceX has been launching satellites all the time to keep up that network, and it's just getting better and better. And like I said, it's a good option for those that can afford it, that are in those rural areas that have no options.
And with that redundancy you were talking about, will that stop the effects of the sabotage that we've seen where someone's using a chop saw on the fiber optic cable?
It will for some. So if you're on an ISP that's only using that route, then you'll be sunk. One of the last events that really sticks in my mind is when somebody cut the fiber in New River, and that was a sabotage event, and that took out our cell phones, that took out our internet, and all kinds of stuff. That was pretty traumatic. But now I do think the capability is there, especially with that route up 89A to help the Prescott area. Good things, I think, things are getting better. And I was very happy after, for so long, we didn't have a redundant connection at the college, that we're finally able to get one, which has been nice.
I'm happy that a lot of the smaller communities are going to have better access to our classes, like Cornville and Beaver Creek, Black Canyon City, Paulden. It's nice.
But Chair, it is coming at a cost. I did the quick math on that one, and per pass or whatever they call it, per home, it's getting subsidized to the tune of over $1,300 a home. So it's going to take a lot of monthly fees to catch that up. But the benefit should be better communication, better education, better Netflix.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Patrick.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you for putting this together. I hope you feel better.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
That was really good. I enjoyed that thoroughly.
Very comprehensive. Okay, next we have the receipt of our CAFR report with Frank and Clint.
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Ryan. I'm happy to close out the day and I'd say on a positive note, as I provide the brief overview of the fiscal year 22 ACFR and audit results. And let me just check, can everybody see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so as a review, YC has 3 audits annually. We have the financial audit, the federal single audit, which is over our grants, and we have the expenditure limitation audit, and all are done by the Auditor General's office. I'm happy to report that all of these audits went very well this year. There were no audit findings on any of them. And actually, there weren't any points of discussion, which are what the AG's office calls informal suggestions. So all went well. The AG's office will be up in Prescott in April to go over the audits. Although there were no findings, that became a state law a couple of years ago where they have to report to the boards. And lastly, the ACFR was submitted for the Government Finance Officers Association for the Certificate of Achievement of Award. And this will be our 23rd year that the college receives that award. And now I'll go over just some of the highlights of our financial statements. Now we'll start with our statement of net position. So the big story here is that our unrestricted net assets, which is the green area, actually turned positive in fiscal year 22. And this is after about 7 years of it being in the negative. For those of you who were here, about 7 years ago, we were required to report our pension liability in our financials, and that's what caused that. So as Clint pointed out with the debt, he's happy that it happened during his tenure. I really didn't think this would necessarily happen during my tenure, but it did turn positive. The main reason for that were due to several. One, the receipt of all those federal HERF monies, in particular for the lost revenues that we were able to bank quite a bit of that. The $3.7 million rural community college appropriation that was also mentioned, and our pension liability did decrease as well overall. The largest component of our statement of net position is in blue. That's our net investment in capital assets. And you can see it steadily increases. It increased a bit less the last few years, and that's because, as Clint mentioned, we've had less capital projects planned, but eventually that'll increase at a stronger rate. And looking over at our statement of revenues, expenses, and changes in net position, we look at our total revenues. That increased quite significantly from fiscal year 21. Was mostly due to receiving those federal HERF monies. We received approximately $10 million in fiscal year 22. $6 million went to student scholarships, and approximately $4 million went to the institution, mostly for lost revenues. Then we received that $3.7 million of the Rural Community College Appropriation. And we received about $1.7 million of the Prop 207 monies. That's the marijuana sales tax revenue. And then looking at our expenditures, they increased as well, but you'll notice they didn't increase quite as much as our revenues did. The big reason for their increase was, quite a bit of that HERF money was spent, for example, on the scholarships. We, during fiscal year 22, expanded Red C. They restructured, added some positions, which contributed. We had really, I would say, across the board price increases software maintenance, supplies, due to the inflationary environment that we're in. And then really fiscal year 22 was the year that we were fully open post-pandemic. So travel started, different areas needed more supplies since they were in the office, and utilities even increased a little more due to there being more people on campus. And now turning to our cash flows, you'll notice most of our cash, 30.9 million, is labeled as unrestricted. It exceeds the board's reserve requirements, which are it's that green line, $14.3 million. And the unrestricted cash increased, was about $8 million, and that mostly was due to a few things. One, being reimbursed once again by those HERF monies for lost revenues. The state appropriate also contributed, and the fact that we had less capital projects that occurred enabled us to keep our cash balances at that higher level. Total cash was 34.1 million at the end of the year. And if you're wondering what the difference between the total cash of 34.1 and our unrestricted of 30.9, that's our restricted cash, and that increased about $3 million. That was primarily due to those Prop 207 monies that we received. That primarily last year we did not spend much of them. We carried them over, and then also Prop 301 monies. We received over $1 million last year, and have carried over quite a bit of those. And we sometimes do that. The game plan is to use it on equipment and capital projects that those monies can be used for. Clint commented here, really, I'm just happy also I'm a part of seeing that the college paid off their general obligation bond debt in fiscal year 22. It was just a few years ago that we were collecting over $5 million in secondary property tax levy, so that's great news. And then taking a look at our revenue sources as a percent of our total unrestricted revenue over the last 5 years. The two bigger changes here was with our state probes, which is the red line, and then our other revenue. Both of them increased. The state probe due to the Royal Community College appropriation. The other revenues, it's a variety, but the college was opened back up, and all our auxiliaries kicked into gear, such as the FEC, the performance hall, winery sales, facility rentals, and other smaller ones. So that all contributed. And that had the effect of lowering property tax levy as a percent of our total unrestricted revenue. Of course, our property taxes are unrestricted. This doesn't include the secondary levy. It has increased. It's just that as a percent of our unrestricted has decreased less. And then the tuition and fees, and some of this mirrors what Clint has said from a budget wise. I'm talking about actual expenditures, but it has slowly declined as a percentage of our unrestricted revenues, and that's due to our enrollment strength as well as tuition discounts that we've been adding each year. Now changing subjects a little bit, wanted to take a look at our financial composite index score. This is from NACUBO, if you recall. NACUBO developed this with actually an outside public accounting firm assisted them. And it's something that all accredited colleges, private and public, are required to report to the HLC annually. And basically it measures an institution's financial health. It's a guideline, and generally it does that. As I've done in the past, I'll go through this both with our pension liabilities and without our pension liabilities. We report, and we're required to report to the HLC with both pension and without the pension. So real quick, just some background on the CFI score. It's comprised of these four ratios. We have the primary reserve ratio, which basically looks at the college's reserves. How many months of expenses would our unrestricted net assets cover? Then we have the viability ratio, which is basically looking at how much cash do we have on hand to pay our debt. Then we have a return on net assets ratio, which is how much of our net assets, which as I pointed out earlier, is mostly for us, our capital assets, how much they're returning. So our surpluses divided by our net assets. And lastly, we have our net operating revenue ratio, which looks at our surpluses divided by our total revenues. So if we combine these four ratios, and they have to be weighted according to the guidelines, we get our CFI score. So our CFI score with our pension liabilities at the end of fiscal year 22 ended up being 6.3. That's the blue line. And that compares very favorably to the benchmark, which is a 3. And so Nakubo says if you're at a 3, you would be considered financially very healthy, everything's going well. Anything above that, is even better. We are double that. We improved a little bit over last year. I think last year was 6.1. And then if we take a look at this score without the pension liability, without the pension liability, which is the dotted green line, you see that actually improved a bit too. That's up to 2.5. It was under 2 for the last couple of years. And nice to see that heading up. A bunch of factors have contributed, but the pension liability decreasing somewhat is the biggest contributor. And so I know it's late in the day. I tried to go kind of quickly, but certainly there's time for any questions that anybody may have. So feel free.
I want to thank you for helping us be financially healthy and stable and having such high scores on all these measurements. It takes a lot of work. So thank you very much.
What did ASRS earn last year?
So fiscal year, our pension liability for fiscal year 22, it's always based on most of the information is in arrears by a year. So the plan had investment returns of slightly over 25%. So they had a really good year. It's going to be no surprise that in fiscal year 23 liability, which is based on fiscal year 22, it's no surprise the stock market went down in fiscal year 22. Bonds, started heading down a little bit because of interest rates. So I expect our pension liability to go back up somewhat. We'll see how much.
I heard PSPRS lost 4%, so I didn't know if ASRS was tracking the same way. It really does affect our bottom line on what the bill they send us, right?
Yeah, exactly. And they haven't released at least the pension liability information, all that I'll have to report in fiscal year 23. That won't be released till probably May or June.
And when's the last time we had our actuaries reevaluated? Have they done that lately?
Yeah, so it's the ASRS's actuaries that re-examined their assumptions and changed them. And I think the last time it was fiscal year 21 that they were done.
Good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Other questions?
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank.
You're welcome.
Yeah. All right, we have reached the end of our agenda. And the next item is adjournment.
Move we
dang
adjourn.
it.
All right.
Move we
For a
adjourn.
second.
Second.
All those in favor of adjourning, right? Please say aye.
Aye.
All right, great.
Oh,
Thank you so much for giving your day to us.
can I ask a question of our attorney real quick?
Baby, go, baby. We're outside of a board meeting. So we should stop streaming and stop recording, and then perhaps you can just ask me a question.